over here on the Twitch side, and you over on YouTube. It just happened instantly. But we're going to pick up where we left off with our colony, The Art of Unga Bunga. So basically where we left off is we were doing an ambitions challenge run, or aspirations challenge run, which was a lot of fun, but it is a time-consuming run. And I was like, you know what? Let's do something a little different. And I can't remember if we did a poll or we just discussed it on stream or what we did. But we decided to go like full Unga Bunga. And what I mean by that is we made our very own xenotype called, like, Melee is just the name of it. Don't worry, it's creative. But basically, if you look at this, they're an incredibly powerful, juiced melee colonist who sucks at everything else. So they heal and they can really take a hit and heal up from it fast. They move quick, they got strong melee. They've got extra benefit to melee. But as a consequence, they skill up slower, they're nearsighted, so they have really poor long range. They have major cell instability, so they have shorter lifespans and more susceptible to illness. Unstoppable means they won't flinch when they take hits nearly as much. That just goes to the melee side. They're terrible at shooting, they're terrible at mining, they're terrible at animals, they're terrible at art, and they're terrible at research. So our research has been appallingly slow. Like, appallingly slow. Of the 5 research technologies we've got right now, 3 of those were from books. We researched... Oh, and I'm also running random research, no research, so we do not have control of what research we get. So if you're like, why are you building everything out of wood? That seems like a terrible idea. We don't have the forbidden technology that is cutting of stones. We also don't have the forbidden technology that is known as clothing, or much of anything, actually. That said, we are trying our best to make things work. We do have the Anomaly DLC turned on, like you can see the monoliths down there. I haven't poked the monolith, because with what we're doing right now, we are definitely... The run will be very hard, in general. The run, if I'm trying to chase down a revenant with a whole bunch of people swinging knives at them, is going to be really rough. Especially without, like, flares and all that stuff. Now, to be clear, with this run, this is not technically a melee-only run. I am allowed to and capable of using ranged, but our people are appallingly bad at it and won't be able to hit anything, so you'll probably almost never see it. And then if we also look at our ideology, we have prohibited automated weapons, and we have made it so we despise ranged weapons. So what that means in practice is about the only time you're going to see me break out a ranged weapon is if, like, a mech cluster drops up here. I might break out a smoke grenade launcher just to pepper the area with smoke grenades to then be able to run up to get into range to start smacking it with weapons. Or I might drop EMP on a door in a particularly bad mech raid so that my people trying to just face tank a bunch of scythers don't fall over dead as the scythers rip them apart as easily. You know, get the occasional stun in there to buy me some time to take a couple less hits. I was thinking, if we get later on, and there's like the iron skin gland or whatever they're called, the flesh hardening tech, I do wonder with the bonuses of the flesh hardening tech and then our own stuff with the robust and everything like that, how durable I could make a person, you know, have that with armor and everything else. I feel like you could make yourself a pretty durable pawn that could take some pretty serious abuse. I'm also curious with that, if we then took that person and we made them a ghoul, how much of a difference it would make. Because I've not messed that much. So Randall Thor is idle, but they're our child. So they're restricted to staying here. Because we are ending up having kids. Just... everyone's trying their hardest. Our main researcher is a Night Dweller, and they're way ahead of everyone else in their skill, as they have 0 skill in research. They have no passion. We're physically incapable of having a passion in research. That said, technically they actually are level 8, but they have a penalty of -8 because of our super like melee xenotype. That said, we're getting to a very momentous moment very soon, which is where a Night Dweller becomes 1 in research. Effectively 1. We'll finally have the breakthrough where they get any type of benefit. Oh right, we're about to go into winter, and we can send 2 colonists over for a bunch of reputation and basically not need to feed them for the winter. Which I was like, I probably want to do. So if we go to send over, Luxray is going to be 1 because they're our crafter and we don't need to craft anything right now. A Night Dweller stays. We need the researcher. Our cook stays. And honestly, yes, I think it'll be Jess and Lux we'll send. Because we can get the reputation. And that'll help with all that. And for those who don't know Allison Adventures, an absolutely fantastic content creator. I highly, highly, highly recommend. Plays a lot of fun stuff over there. Plays like a lot of Project Zomboid. Has played other stuff on there as well, like also like playing some 7 Days to Die lately. All right, so the shuttle has arrived. So you two get in the shuttle. And you already have some psychic powers. So once they get out of here, we'll do a tree linking ceremony. I'm honestly just gonna keep saying okay. We're not gonna worry about like making sure we are now allied with the Western Gawaler. Nice. I actually wasn't paying attention there. We're that close to allied. That also helped reduce the strength of raids hitting us for a little while by effectively getting rid of half of our adults. This run looks really tough. Yeah, the thing that's the worst about it is there's certain fights that are going to be like no problem at all. That we're going to be able to just absolutely just throttle. And then there's going to be some fights that are going to be terrifying. When we go to push against siege raids and mech clusters, those are probably our most dangerous one. And the reason why that'll probably be the most dangerous ones is because, like, if you look over here, there's no cover for us. So if a siege raid drops over there and they've got good ranged, my choices are I could sit there and just let them blast me with siege weapons until there's nothing left, or we can run out in the open at them. And it really is a mix that sometimes it's worth taking the time to shoot like a grenade or two, or sorry, a smoke launch or two out there and then run out there. Like obviously we'd probably come around this way, like hug up against this wall so that we aren't out in the open until we pass that point. But you get the idea. There's definitely a point where you're like, all right, man, I really hope you can absorb bullets with your face. So that's probably going to be our biggest danger. Other melee ones will be about an even match, but the thing is, it's costly. Because one of the main downsides of melee versus ranged fights is getting hit in melee has a much better chance of having a permanent death against certain enemies. Like getting a Scyther where they just cut you at the neck and you're just done. So the melee heavy enemies are always a high risk to run up to and engage in. But you gotta do what you gotta do. And we haven't worried at all about our relic. We don't have a place to put it, so we haven't been pursuing it. But yeah, stuff like impids are actually also another big danger. Because, like, don't get me wrong, when we get on top of an impid and we start, like, properly meleeing them, the impid stands 0 chance against us. Impids are not particularly durable. We can wreck them. The problem is when you're running everyone up to a bunch of things that breathe fire, and then they breathe fire and they scatter you everywhere. It can be real messy. And with that, a Night Dweller has done it. They have 1 point. A singular point in intellect. We have just massively increased our research speed. It was bottomed out at 10% because it's literally the slowest it goes. And we have moved up to a whopping 18%. Oh man, that is just shy of a 100% increase. We can see their brain growing. So smart. Hey, Mortal Smurf, how's it going? It's good to see you. Can I get a shout out for Mortal Smurf, by the way? Another content creator, plays RimWorld among other things, so definitely good times over there if you're looking for the RimWorld. But how's it been going? It's good to have you hanging out and all that. But yeah, I know we're doing full on Unga Bunga run, and even with 4 research benches, with no research, random research, we're on year what? Yeah, we're well into year 2, getting towards the tail end of year 2, and 3 of these researches came out of books. The complex furniture, passive cooler, and the cycloid brewing, I believe, came out of books. And I think the electricity we researched, and then the toxifier generator we researched, using the random research, no research. Sadly, your schedule usually means you miss out. Yeah, no, I know how that goes. There's a lot of content creators that really enjoy their stuff that they stream while I sleep, or I just can't do it. At least you have passive coolers this time, though. It's true. It's true. Heat waves are pretty rough when you have no passive cooler. So we're generally just chilling, maintaining the colony. We're trying to not fall into the habit of just building up, because I could sit here and like start smoothing out all of the floor in this area, which wouldn't actually be the absolute worst use of time. It wouldn't be a good one though. But it is kind of one of those things. I could have them do projects, but it is those things that got to be very mindful of the colony wealth. That it would be very, very easy to balloon our colony wealth and still walking around with wooden clubs and loincloths, and generally speaking, it's not great to try and defend yourself wearing a loincloth with a wooden club when someone's busting out assault rifles and chain shotguns. It's not that you can't make it work. It's definitely a lot more complicated to make that work. Alright, we'll queue up those to be chopped down, because I think we're low on wood. Yeah, we're low on wood. And it was funny, because before we started this, I had debated making our ideology ritualist instead of human primacy, and is going to do ritualist with the maximum research penalty. I'm really happy we didn't. It was going to be our second anomaly win situation, where we had the tribal and ritualist penalties against us, and I finished it, and I think we had just... I wish I could remember. We actually won it, and I think we had unlocked like electricity and like 2 other researches at the end of like the whole run. And it's just we survived entirely on anomaly technology and what we were able to take, and we won that one, if I recall correctly. Because I know we literally won our very first colony we did in anomaly, which I'm very proud of for myself. Because, like, the first Revenant was really rough, but then I kind of learned tricks to dealing with it. And, like, don't get me wrong, if you're running around with bows and arrows, like, you get caught early, it can be a bad time. But, the Revenant is a pretty... The Revenant is one of those ones, once you put the things in place to handle it, it's not a big deal. But until you have those, it could be a difficult time. It's weird. The Revenant changes the rules on you to be like... What do I care about? You know, damage uptime. What is the most damage I can do over a period of time? That's what you care about with the Revenant. Alright, so we got... Is that 3 people? Yeah, so we got 3 people here, all melee. Alright, so it is time that we finally get to see. It is a group of 3-on-3, all melee strong. They want to have a bonketing. Oh, do we already have the door open? Yeah. Alright, so we still are going to have an advantage here, because they're going to run up to this door, which is why we made this path here. And so, where it seems like a perfectly even fight, what we're actually going to do is we're going to have 3-on-1, and then we're going to do 3-on-1, and then we're going to do 3-on-1. So first contestant in here is a super immune with 1 melee against all of ours who have at least 11, if not more. Alright, so you took 1 pretty bad hit, Doppel. I'm gonna have you step back. Nicely done, team. Alright, what's your deal? You got something good? No. Have a nice day. Yeah, now the reason I backed off Doppelganger was that was a pretty good solid hit. Almost half their life. So it was kind of one of those ones you're like, okay, the odds of taking two devastating torso hits back to back isn't particularly high, but it's also not 0. And so we didn't want to take any risks about, you know, potentially getting our torso destroyed. All right. Yeah, no one's bleeding or anything, but we'll practice medicine just because we can. You two have a nice time. Oh, right, we heal super fast. I forgot about that. That we heal super fast, and we have the blood clotting or whatever. It's almost like having your pawns being a hair less than the ghoul regeneration. Like, the ghoul regeneration just gets silly, but still. Alright. So easy peasy raid. Yeah, versus if we had like 5 or 6 rolling, we probably would still be fine, but that's where you start risking people losing fingers and limbs and all that. Maybe getting unlucky and getting an RNG kind of death. Because, I mean, just to give you an example, we took that chest hit, and I think it was, what, 17 damage? Is either 13 or 17 damage? And I believe your neck only has 10 health. So if we would have taken that hit to the neck, it would have been an instant kill. And that's one of the things that makes melee always really dangerous. Is because anytime you run up and you melee something, most of the time both teams get a swing in there unless you one-shot it right on the open. Alright, so forced weather. So generally speaking, we like forced weather in this run. And the reason I like forced weather in this run is because almost all weather types are going to massively hurt ranged people's ability to hit things, which is exactly what we want when we want to run in and hit things ourselves. So, that's perfect. Oh, hey. Nicely done, team. Alright. We just got a bonus rabbit corpse out of it, that's all. And the reason I chose the Mind Numb was we could have gotten the Glitter World, and the Glitter World would be a really, really good choice for dealing with disease. But honestly, I'm expecting with our research being so sluggish that we're likely going to run into times that I cannot provide wants that our colonists have. For example, we'll eventually want to have a ideology room with our symbol on the floor and yada yada yada. And it might be hurting on materials to do that. And so if someone like has a problem, they might go and consume a bunch of psychite or whatever and get addicted. And then the Mind Numb can help me get through an addiction. Mind Numb is powerful stuff, so I really like having it around just for, oh, this person's had an issue. Okay, like just Mind Numb them through the day when you're about to go into a fight, just so you at least can keep it on your terms. With the really fast healing and all that, the only thing I could see using Glitter World for in that case is, again, malaria, plague, or something if it's looking real bad. Which is a major valuable use. But, like, using it to de-age, I'm not counting on ever having the de-age. There's a good chance we could be up to the point of building a spaceship before we'll get that point, or probably more realistically dead because we got hit by a siege raid that was really nasty and had to somehow run into them while they shot at us wearing t-shirts and hoping for the best. Oh, right. That's actually one of the things I was going to... one of the things I talked about doing the last time we were playing is... Oh, and if you don't recognize this map, this is a special map called Badlands. So this isn't dirt, that's stone, but it's not like mountains where I can dig through it. It's just crappy ground to work on. So it means like 90% of the place I can't grow stuff. So if we actually look at our biome for growing, I got a patch here, I got some patches here and here. So it's like, this is a useful one. That one's kind of too small. Like this is plenty, we're pretty good right here. But you get the idea. The good news is I can smooth it out and make it nice, it just takes forever. But yeah, so what we talked about doing is strategically just going out here and just like building random like wall segments, little pockets I can hide my people in. So that way if we have like a mech cluster drop here, I can run in with the wall in between us and then walk around it. I would like to wait until we have stone to do that so it doesn't instantly catch fire and become a bigger problem. But yeah, so just scattering random walls out and about for giving me directions that I can run out when I have to deal with like a siege raid down here. Okay, if there's a siege raid down here, you know, I can't go around this way easily because I believe that's deep water. Yeah, so I'd have to run the whole way out and around. So instead, like, tunnel through here, pop down here, and like give myself a way I could run out to this area where I'd only have like this little pocket I could be shot at. But try and have that plan for like each of the major openings that like what is my path for going to each of these areas to, you know, make sure I can get as close as I can before I have to be exposed to gunfire. I could also see this being weirdly one of the only runs that I would actually consider getting a mortar to do the smoke mortars, because those I can be pretty inaccurate and it would be okay, and that would let the kids sit back and use the smoke mortar launchers to pepper some smoke mortars down in the ground for like when we get a run at a mech cluster. So with that, we wouldn't take the mood penalty from using a ranged weapon. We could keep the kids out of the fight and be able to shut down the ranged weapons of the stationary guns while we ran in on the pikemen and all that, which is still terrifying. Like running up to pikemen and lancers fully exposed is always just rolling the dice again and again, saying, like, am I going to get a shot to the heart this turn? Nope, we made it through that one. Oh, there goes a lung, that kind of thing. I'm actually thinking very heavily we might consider plate armor in this one. I usually don't like plate armor because I think, what was it, like a 20% movement penalty on plate? So normally I really don't like that. But in this case where we have very fast on our Xenotype, I feel like that would mostly balance out to being roughly a normal pawn speed, except also armor. As an of the kids on the mortars, they may just think it's a video game. Sure. It's I don't believe running the mortar they'll take the mood penalty for holding a ranged weapon, because I think it has to actually be equipped. I don't know that for sure, but we hadn't run to much of that. Alright. Yeah, so we've got all that fine. And I am having them, while they have open time, just meditate at the tree to get psychic powers, to have them working on something. Alright. Slowly we'll get there. And we sent away our construction... Well, actually, no, Doppelganger does construction. What power did you get? I should probably have that. Pinhole? Yeah, solar pinhole. That could be a fun one. Solar pinhole is surprisingly useful for anomaly. It's definitely one of those ones people underestimate. Like, it's one of those abilities you get, and a lot of times you're just like, whatever. But it does actually have some pretty good utility purpose. Oh, also, go ahead and lock that door open. And lock that door open. Well, actually, don't lock that door open. No, actually, we should be able to lock that. I got a couple animals in here. So you're bored. That's fine. Okay. So we're thinning out some of the animals that managed to sneak in here, because Randall Thor was idle, so I was like, yeah, we could just have Randall Thor run over there and go slap it around a little bit. Okay, so for social, I don't think we have any of our social people still here. Okay, so it's like literally up to you with your one social. Excellent. Alright, so for right now, we don't want the stinky ranged weapons. The stinky ranged weapons, they're a bad time. We don't like those. They smell funny. Let's see here. What can we get from them that we want? We also don't want the Mind Numb. But honestly... Okay, so we're gonna backtrack that a little bit. So we're gonna hold on to the drugs. I am going to part with the Psychoid Brewing book because it does me no good. Unfortunately, they don't really have much I want. So that's gonna be it for right now. And who are you with again? The Borba people? And what do we think about the Borba people? Hey, how would you like gifts? So we can go over here, have some wake up. Have the Garlean tree. I'm gonna give you these junk weapons here. I'll give you the clothes too, because we got spare material. And honestly, I think that'll do. Basically just get a little bit of reputation and get junk out of here where we don't have to haul it around. Especially since Anomaly Knight can hurt. Well, the big thing, I think it was the solar pinhole. You can use it almost exactly like a flare for the Noctils. It doesn't stun them like the flare does, but the Noctils being in proper light just really mess with... Thanks for the medicine, man. Go haul that home. Oh, right. We're in winter. Before I forget, it's probably too late. We're gonna lose most of those crops. Queue all those up to harvest. And unqueue them from sowing. So we can get whatever goodies we can get out of there. What'll probably happen is the next in-game night, almost all that's gonna die off. Let's get whatever we can out of this, and just hope for the best. Because we don't really have that much food laying around. But once we have Randall Thor where they go idle again because there's nothing to do around, we'll have to kill like another one of the small animals inside our place. Don't we have the cook here? Why are you permanently? I mean, you should be... That's weird. I was thinking, you should be sorted with your psi focus. Oh, it's probably one of those things that because, like, we have horrible inefficiency because of the wall around the tree. Right. So they're having to do a lot more time with their psi focus. I'm okay with that. That just means they'll, continue to generate the grass to continue to level up their psi powers. All right. And Sentient Cookie's getting ready to have another kid here soon. And then the colony will continue to grow, whether or not we're ready for it. Which I'm okay with. I actually really like the kids growing up mechanic. It takes for all eternity to have a kid age up, but it is one of those things that if you manage to get to that point, you suddenly have this, like, the kids you get out of it are ridiculously powerful most of the time. Once in a while you'll get one that just doesn't get good choices, but the vast majority of the time, you're gonna get someone who has like nimble brawler or tough you know, tough, very narcotic or whatever, or industrious. Like, you usually end up with at least 1 or 2 really good traits. And then being able to choose their passions and all that's a big one. I found I have a tendency nowadays to try and make the kids the jack of all trades, where they have a little bit of passion in as many different things as possible. That way I've got a colonist that no matter who ends up dying in your colony at some point, you can just slot them in wherever they're needed. As opposed to having, like, a true specialist who's, like, nothing at all but, like, crafting or whatever. And then your one and only farmer dies, you go, who the heck is going to do this? Well, the crafting person, I can spare them as much as I don't want to. And so they have to ad-lib. So it's just good to have someone who, like, no matter who falls, they can step into that role. Alright, so pretty soon we're gonna have it start getting to nighttime again. And then with that, we'll have, we'll probably have the rest of those plants will start dying. The heal root might make it, but the rest of it's probably gonna die. Alright, how are you doing? So you're not quite a third way to level 2, which will most likely be another major increase in our research speed. Like, that bump in research speed effectively made a Night Dweller the equivalent of 2 people researching, by just gaining that 1 level. And how's everyone else doing? You are at level 5. You are at level 5, a Night Dweller's at 9, and the kid can't research at all. Yeah, so the other ones are nowhere near close to even being able to level up research and have any meaningful progression happen. Did I say to lock that door open? No, that's right. I said not to because I was worried about the animals running in here and eating the food. And because we can't equip ranged weapons without people getting upset, getting them to deal with these is the whole thing. And just like that, no more animals inside the perimeter. We'll definitely have the problem of animals, like a lot of these animals can go over the barricades and get in here. But I'm hopeful since this is fenced off, we won't have to worry about that as much. I can't remember what the rules are around that, because I usually just hunt the animals so they get to be a pest. Alright. Plus, it gained us another level on Randall Thor's melee. So because of our xenotype, we're already level 12 melee. And the funny thing there is that means Randall Thor has already gone up to 4 melee on their own, which was lessons taught by the other ones. Because you have a tendency for the people teaching the lessons to teach something they're really good at. And so we're going to have an abnormally high rate of melee lessons going around. Which is thematically fitting. Oh yeah, and we got the, I don't remember, there was a group who fought here and we managed to snag a low shield pack from them. Which is a really good one for us for dealing with, like if we go to run into, again, like, a ranged group where we have to put on the front. Is I could, like, run up here, get to that spot, drop the shield pack so it covers this area, and then run to the shields. And it's not till we hit the edge of the shield that we can actually be hit. Sentient Cookie is in labor. Gather for childbirth. Do your best. We actually have an 89% chance of a healthy baby, and let's really hope for that because we don't have Glitter World if it's not a healthy baby. And also, Sentient Cookie, don't die. That would be at least mildly inconvenient, if not extremely inconvenient. You are, I believe, the growing person here, and I don't exactly have a replacement for the person to farm. It's also inconvenient timing because I really want them to harvest more of that before the all pros tonight, but you know. It is what it is. I'm not going to take the time to queue someone else to do it because they'll botch like a third of them or more, and by then, if Sentient Cookie does manage to get a couple up tomorrow, it'll be better just to wait. And if they all die, they all die. We'll figure it out, even if it means running around the map, bludgeoning deer to death. We'll figure it out. Alright, no dying, Sentient Cookie. All other results are acceptable, but no death. Preferably healthy baby. The baby did not make it. We are not naming the baby that did not make it. We're not doing it. That is a very feels bad man kind of thing. I have realized something that's going to make this a bit harder. Look, chat. Okay. I normally wouldn't do this. What stone do we have handy? Marble? Sure. Normally I wouldn't worry about this, but this is a very feels bad man kind of thing. So what we're going to go ahead and do... Oh, it won't matter because the baby, like, the corpse will still rot. Do not eat the baby. Just don't worry about it, chat. Just look the other way. There was no baby. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so mood. Where's the doctor and why aren't they feeding you? So, Sentient Cookie is probably going to put that Mind Numb to use pretty early on. We'll see. You actually look like you might be able to ride through that with the current penalties going on. But I do have that 2 Mind Numb, and I think losing a kid, that's worthy of a Mind Numb. Let's see. Felicia's Salvation. Nope. Yeah, I kind of regret saying any outcome that doesn't involve Sentient Cookie dying, because it did deliver, and I don't feel great about it. So maybe that was perhaps not the right thing to say in that moment. Alright, 2 colonists are idle. What is... Oh, right. Why aren't you harvesting, then? You shouldn't be idle. Don't make me manually tell you to do all this. Because I've got it set to harvest, priority harvest. There you go. RimWorld do be sad sometimes. Yeah, so slept in cold and all that. Yeah, so it actually looks like... It actually looks like their mood is going to hold up. That they've got that negative penalty, but enough things are going right, they're gonna manage. We'll see. Alright, so they're getting the last of those potatoes and all that up. I'm actually gonna get a bunch of these ready. That's cool. And even though we probably won't get any more, I'm going to go ahead and set them to go back to sowing if there's nothing else ready to harvest. Because we have had in this tile, even though we don't have a full year grow season, we have had times where it's just like during the winter, some of it just, like a decent amount of it just made it through. And it's not like I have another project I'd want them to work on that much. So, it's fine. Oh, you're reading a book is like, you can't research yet. But the good news is, Randall Thor is doing pretty well on their education. Yeah, so they're age 5, and they're already at growth tier 3. And literally maxing out their learning. So they're on a way to be pretty close to maxed out by the time they hit age 7 or thereabouts. So that's good news. And they're smoothing out the floors over there. Like, that's basically what we got as our construction person, is just smoothing out floors since they have nothing better to work on. We've already smoothed out the floors in the rooms we're already using. But until we get more research, it's going to be a little bit of a holding pattern for the moment. Well, that's okay. We'll definitely need to get every chance we get a book. That's also one of the reasons. How did Dolphin die? They didn't survive being born. There's just an RNG chance of that. And it's a very low chance. It was a couple percent and that was it. But, you know, sometimes you lose the dice rolls. But that's the reason they didn't get named. Alright. Minor break risk on Cookie. Yes, they're getting a little upset about outdoors and the fact that we didn't bury the person, because all of this is stone, so I can't dig a grave. And I have very limited block. I was going to potentially make a sarcophagus with the thing being like, hey, maybe someday we'll resurrect them. It'd be a waste of the material generally, but hey, if I had it, I'd be down. But then I realized without air conditioning, the body will rot, so that still wouldn't be an option. Randall Thor is just killing all the animals that run in to eat our food. Now, it would be nice if we get a big caravan plop right there. I could poke a hole in this wall and have them deal with the ancient danger. It wouldn't be a good time for us to do that, but still. Yes, you're on the fence here. That, like, you're holding up. The good news is it's only for about half a season, a little over half a season, that Cookie's going to be upset. If it does look like we're going to have, like, another major negative, so, for example, if we had a, the psychic penalty, the psychic penalty against Cookie or whatever, where it's like 15 mood minus, then I potentially have them take a mind numb to ride that out. Gargopods! And you have delivered me Site T. So with that, alright, so we got another raid rolling in. They're going to prepare for a while. They are another full-on melee group, so let's schedule safe zone and let that roll. Hey, Bongspill, how's it going? So of the group, we have you suck at melee. All right. Risha there is... Said you're going to prepare. Okay. Risha there is the danger. Risha there actually has very respectable melee. Now, unfortunately, that's not going to mean we change our tactics much. because bottlenecking them is still going to be the best call we've got so far as winning a fight. But we definitely, like, either we want to get everyone jumping on Risha at the same time so Risha only gets one shot back and hopefully we down them before they get a second round, or we hope that Risha's in the back, we can knock down the R2 and Risha just leaves. Alright. Okay, so we've got them. We mess this up. New plan. Drop back here. Open this door. I thought I was going to have enough time for that, but that's fine. We pop in here. It's the same exact thing. The point being, 3 of them. They feed in. You stay in that room, Randall Thorpe. Where are you going? Attention Cookie took a hit. A couple leg hits, not bad ones. And we won. And schedule. You can leave the safe zone. You... Why are you breaking my door? It's fine. It's too late for me to stop you anyways. Why won't it let me out there? So we got home. Storage. Allow corpses human. Whether they're frozen or rotten. So why wouldn't let me haul you? No empty spot to store them. So allow fresh, allow rotten, we have human-like. And we took them off of... Oh, I put them on home, not unrestricted. That's what I did. I chose the wrong zone. Alright, so with that, do this. Build the door. You just rest for a minute because your leg is all messed up. Okay, and we're just going to prioritize getting the bodies out of here because that's going to be our break room, and we don't need to have them having a penalty because the room is messy and a penalty because they're seeing a corpse constantly. Oh, alright, and we are getting to that point where it's getting cold enough that our people are starting to get a little upset about it. Yeah, the speed which you heal, you almost feel like, yeah, don't worry about the medicine. Okay, so I fix that. I'm not worried about those ones up there. They can haul it when they want to. Royal Tribute Collector, I've got nothing for you, but if you'd be so kind as to stay right up here, I would like to show you something. There's something really neat up here if you'd like to go that way. I think you'll like what you find. Or you'll hate it. More than likely. Oh, that's looking good. Yeah, right up here. Right there, friends. Right here. Ooh, is that gonna be enough? It wouldn't be a problem at all if we could do it at range. Alright, so Night Dweller, you stay back here. Doppel, you have full movement speed? No. Because you have a scar in your right leg. Okay, yeah, you'll do it. So I think if we poke that spot, that'll be our best move. Because if we poke this spot, I should be able to step around the corner and not have range and just run along this way, and they should engage at range. This is a bit of a risk we're taking right now. Oh, I mean, you might actually be able to fight that on your own. I'm still gonna retreat you. Please do not shoot a Night Dweller. A Night Dweller is bringing you friends. Yeah, Night Dweller, there's a good chance a Night Dweller could have soloed that. Plus, you never know when you get a free person knocked over. Alright, so we have a bionic arm, some Luciferum, a container, and some very questionable pods. Alright. Now I know if I hit those, they pop open. Which we're not doing that right now. Yeah, the arm is good. I don't have a doctor who can put that on there with any level of competence yet. Like, actually, I take that back. I think I do, actually. Yeah, Night Dweller could actually put that on someone. We'll probably wait till someone gets injured and needs it. Because it's going to happen. We're going all melee. Someone's losing an arm before this runs over. Unless we just get walked over at some point. Alright. So we did pop the Ancient Danger. Those are still not safe in there. Do we have a ranged weapon of any kind? No, we got rid of him. I was gonna say, if I had a single ranged weapon, I feel like I could pop one shot over there and then run around pretty quickly. Without it, though, I don't think it's worth a try. Because the odds we pop those open and they're all friendly is negligible. Now, if we're lucky, what we could do is when we get the whole crew here, we can pile them all up around each of those, pop them open, and then more than likely we will have the advantage in them when it comes to in a straight-up melee fight if they are hostile. It'd be another risky move, but it'd be a way to score some potential easy armor. Yeah, I was trying to think if there was anyone we had in the map that had a ranged weapon, but I think, like I said, I think we sold him the last caravan. And it's one of those things that's like, I tended to like poke him, like, no, that's what 100% the person dies. Like, just not even think about it. There's no way that ends in anything but tragedy. I mean, the best case scenario, they pop out and their corpses are friendly, and then it's a non-issue. But the odds are really bad that we'll pop those open, and someone will be standing in there and just get ripped into with a chain shotgun or something. Alright, so you've got your catharsis. We'll let that sort itself out. And then when you wake up, you should be good to go. Yeah, so if you level up now, you get 1 trait of 4 options. Next one, you'll get 1 trait and 1 passion. No one has a scarred arm yet, do they? You got a leg. Oh, I mean, unfortunately, you're the one who'd be doing the surgery, so that doesn't work. Because I don't think we have Doppelganger with 4 medical try and do it. I think that would be a mistake. Let's have you both haul the Sight T in. Never mind. They got taken care of. Alright, so we're halfway through whatever that research is. Sheep join. Yeah, that's not gonna work out for you, sheep. I do think at some point I'd like to have animals, but right now I'm not ready for that. Okay, so we got another raid rolling in. 5 people. 1 gun and a bunch of melee. They are in the attacks immediately group, so let's go ahead and grab you. And again, not a whole lot we can do to really do much with strategy on this one. We can kind of just feed them in where we get an advantage. Ideally, I'd like the one with the range to be in front so we could smack them into the dirt and then have just straight up melee fight. So you're terrible at melee. You're terrible at fighting. You're a delicate wimp. Nash is okay. Yeah, so Nash is probably our biggest threat. Still not very high. Could potentially do some damage. But the other 3, the only way that it becomes a bit of a threat, that's fine, is if the gun were to take point. It's Badlands. Ah, the gun fell back. I was really hoping the gun would stay in the front, because then with the gun in the front, we could take them, like, because they could stop here and shoot at us. We could take that out of the equation. I'm going to need you to not physically exist in the same spot, please. So if you would mind going... There you go. Say if you could mind going to combat. Alright, so first contestant. That should work out, because the first 3 are not their stronger people. Hey, I'll take that gun if you don't mind. There we go. And no major injuries? Nope. So let's see. Any of you got anything interesting gear-wise? So you're worth stripping for stuff, because you're not dead, right? Yeah, no, you're one of the ones who lived. Your stuff is garbage. Your stuff is garbage. Okay, that's all I need to do. So strip that one. So we got a little improvement in our clothing. All right. And we'll see if they get to hauling it. I actually don't really care that much. Exotic goods trader, who's allied to us. Hey, you want to hang out right up here? Because of that gun, I think I can make some things happen. Mad rat. That's fine. It's not looking like they're going up top. It's looking like they're going down below. Be a forced approach. We'll do that for the goodwill at the same time. And then, meanwhile, none of our people had particularly good social, as I recall. I was curious that they were going to land close enough that the caravan could help them out. Alright, so what do you have for me versus what do I have for you? For me, you don't actually offer too much. Because unfortunately, none of your books are research books. The gene packs are kind of fun and all that, but we probably won't mess with any of that really this run just because of the nature of what we've got. I'm not going to trade for the glitter world. So really, you're kind of disappointing me on this one. Yeah, no, you're kind of disappointed. Like, we could get the Fang injectors. Might not be the worst. I'll grab those just because. And meanwhile, where are you at? And what's your deal? Why are you upset? Yeah, colonist unburied. That should go away soon. Alright. Gonna run them down here. Because they'll try and help the Empire people. We might be a little bit late to this party. Because we're going to see what shows up, and if it's bad news, we'll turn and run away. But yeah, I know it's a special map called Badlands. Basically, that's just the whole gimmick, is there's just, the ground is mostly... Alright, so we're just going to murder the crap out of this guy. Nicely done. Good job, team. Your clothes any good? There's definitely worse. Cool. They'll probably not get to hauling them or anything, but if they do decide they want those clothes, that's fine. Cool, and we're now allied with the Empire as well. Alright, let's just go ahead and manually tell them to haul those clothes. And they went and just killed all the sheep that were going to starve anyways. So they could butcher those for food. Interestingly, oh, never mind, you are dead. I say, interestingly enough, he didn't seem to be in that bad shape. He's like, no, actually, I'm wrong. Yep, so we're just getting ourselves little trace amounts of clothing, because there is a chance we might get lucky and get better clothing out of that. We'll see. Because one of the problems you run into is, I believe, the tribal wear covers, I want to say, most of your body, whereas, like, if you get like just a t-shirt, it doesn't cover your legs, and just pants doesn't cover your torso and all that. So it's kind of a little bit of a mix sometimes if getting that is that. But that said, we got ourselves a nice parka. Alright. And how are you doing on your research skill? Alright, so you're about, you're a bit over halfway, not quite 2/3 the way towards hitting your level 2 research. Which again will be another massive increase in our research speed. Now, it's a massive multiplier on almost nothing, so, you know, make sure you quantify that in your head just a little bit. You know, doubling nearly nothing is still nearly nothing. But the point being is if it's double, it's double. It's still faster. And what are you doing? Oh, you're hauling all their weapons and such. Is there any dangerous animals on this map? Right now, no. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I am going to unrestrict Randall Thor. And the reason I'm going to do that is I want him to start carrying the bodies out of here. So we're going to cut him loose to just haul whatever needs hauling. I usually don't like to do that because they like to just go to the edge of the map and then stare at the sky or whatever and get murdered by the very first raid that pops in. But I am hoping since he's got some available... Yeah, nature running is probably okay. Since he's got some available schedule, we can just go ahead and, you know, let it sit for a bit. So pretty soon... I mean, it's because it's frozen, but that corpse is being destroyed by being out in the water. So we're just deliberately letting it... Yeah, so it's like this, where Randall Thor has run up to the edge of the map, where if we have a raid show up here, Randall Thor will die. Makes me miss having Anomaly, like, active with the Harbinger trees. Just where you can just have the, this is where we put the corpses to get rid of them rapidly pile. The Harbinger trees are one of my single favorite things from Anomaly, just because it's always been a logistical problem in RimWorld and mid to late game of, how do I deal with my corpses? Because when you start getting those really big tribal raids, like 50, 60 people, it starts becoming someone's full-time job just to deal with it. So yeah, people like have their kill box, so you can just throw a Molotov and burn out all the bodies in the kill box periodically. You know, people have like a room they just dump all the bodies in so they can burn them. You know, people who set up a crematorium and they just have someone who works full-time dealing with it. Some people just literally leave the bodies there. You'll have some people as more of a gag than a practical thing, as they'll be like a pig farmer, so they'll let the pigs eat them. Or other animal. Alright. Yeah, so when you get the other two back, that gives me 5 strong melee people. So I would say... if we either got refugees to help us out, or otherwise got an extra person to help us out, we could go in here, stage everyone right by the pod's exits. That way when we pop one open, all of the people could jump onto something immediately. Since they're all extremely juiced in melee, we should be able to win out in any fight we get in. Because waiting for Randall Thor to age up wouldn't be a move, and kids are incredibly delicate in this game in a fight. So you definitely wouldn't want to have Randall Thor be expected to pin someone down, because it'd be my luck that'd be like the one melee pawn in the enemy group. Let's see here. Not there, it was with human primacy. Okay, visitors who have something to trade. Yeah, so we got that bionic arm. And so I'm debating whether or not we just slap it on someone real fast. What we'll probably do is we'll probably wait for the other group to get back. And we'll plan to put it on a Night Dweller, since a Night Dweller has an injured arm already. So that'd help resolve that. And that'd help. Let's see here. We'll sell the awful pistol. We'll sell the awful quality tribal wear. And then we'll call it a day with that. Then who are you with? Okay, I think we're already allied with them. Yeah, they're already our allies, so we're not gonna just give them all our side T as a way to help out with that. That's fine. Alright, pretty soon we should have our other people coming back. We set them off 17 days right before the start of the season. We'll return, it's literally right now. Alright, so let's consider our doctors. So a Night Dweller is our best doctor. And you're missing a toe. Yeah, What inspiration do you have? Shoot frenzy, that doesn't do me any good. That's fine. That's oh, like that's basically closed off that path almost. So I always forget with the bionics, because some of these things have different surgery success chances I gotta watch out for. So there's the bionic... No, that's the fangs. Where's the bionic arm? We grabbed that. Should be in here too. Okay, so we grabbed the bionic arm. So it's just got some basic stats here. That's all fine. For installing the arm, it's got 125% efficiency. Skill requirement, medical 5. Okay. Leave that alone. And then what about you? The fangs. Yeah. So success chance is 100%. And that's what's curious about this one. Because I know there's some that... Yeah, so... I'm trying to remember... It says somewhere here, like, what the success chance on surgery is. And I'm trying to remember where we find that stat, because I usually don't worry about looking it up. Yeah, surgery's success chance 50%. Yeah, so we're not doing a 50-50 chance on that one, trying to get a Night Dweller better arm. Versus the surgery success chance is 76% on a Night Dweller. So we're going to wait till we have, like, inspired surgery or something like that and just sit on those. Because then what we can do is we can have a Night Dweller, we can replace their arm with a bionic to get rid of the scar. Because even a 3 out of 4 chance of success, well, that's a good percent. There's a really good chance you're going to mess someone up there. So I would probably leave that alone. And I don't believe that takes into consideration penalties that you can have, like, if your character has any negative things against them as well on top of that. I'm also coming to the realization, so I believe today might be, if I gotta double check, I believe today is the last day we're being sponsored by Surfshark. So I just want to first say obviously, unless they're just chilling in chat not saying anything, which I don't think they are. You know, I want to thank Surfshark for sponsoring the channel for the past month. That's been incredibly generous of them. That, as I've mentioned, it helps pay the bills and all that. And I appreciate it as well because a lot of times when we have sponsors reach out to us as creators, they can get fairly annoying in their asks. That sometimes they ask a lot of us as creators. And in this case, of the different groups I've worked with Surfshark, I would say Surfshark had the most creator-friendly terms and contract I've seen. Where they're like, hey, you retain all the rights to everything, you retain all this. Here's the 2 or 3 specific things we will do with your, like, with the thing, like, with what you're doing. And I can't go into all the details of the contract yet, but they do have a here's the point you can, which was even outlined in the contract. It's like, here's the point you can be public about any of the stuff about it, which most of them are like, you can never tell anyone. It's a secret. Whether or not they can enforce that is a different thing. But it was those things that's very clear they work with creators a lot and have listened and all that. So it does mean a lot that they would support the channel for one, and that clearly they're not just trying to like, hey, it's Kiri. I didn't realize we had Kiri hanging out here today. Who is apparently... We'll just pretend we didn't read that. Because that's definitely not describing Kiri. That is definitely not actual Kiri. It's RimWorld. But we will give them their medicine and send them on their way. What? Why were they getting the medicine again? View quest. There's support travel. The child is approaching looking for help. The travelers are begging for 28 herbal medicine, so they medicine to attempt a life-saving operation on a fellow traveler who was attacked by mechanoids. Yep. So we will give them their medicine and tell them to be on their way. Alright. But yeah, so anyways, with the last thing for Surfshark is the only thing they really asked me was not even to plug their own product specifically, because their product is good. They know if you're going to, like, look for VPNs and all that, they're going to make the cut and everything anyways. It's what I'm using. But just basically to remind people, it's like, hey, you know, the internet's a scary place out there. You know, you got people, you know, pulling your data, privacy concerns, security concerns, all that. And VPNs is one of the tools that we use to deal with that. For me personally, I used VPNs with traveling primarily. I used to do a lot of talks at conferences and all that, which made me have to connect to completely untrustworthy, dodgy airport Wi-Fi and hotel Wi-Fi and conference center Wi-Fi that, you go, I really hope I'm actually connecting to who it says I'm connecting to, because I got no cellular signal to try and connect, or I'm trying to pull video and it's just not going to cut it or whatever. And it was VPNs are one way to protect yourself from stuff like most man-in-the-middle attacks and other snooping kind of things. So I always appreciate having that. And so it's nice having a VPN as a sponsor. How are you not dead? Oh, because you're having a sheep. That's fine. But yeah, so it's very much a big thing. A lot of people can use it for different stuff where they're in regions that just some stuff isn't available for them. It's not that it's illegal or anything. It's just for whatever reason, they have websites that they're not able to access that, you know, their ISPs over there have disallowed or whatever, and VPNs can be a way to circumvent a lot of that stuff and all that. So if you are looking at a VPN, like I said, I've been pretty happy with Surfshark. I've been using them like since a bit before the sponsorship, before I actually agreed to the sponsorship. They gave me access to it and they said, "Hey, let us know what you think. Like we don't want you to accept a sponsor if it's not something you'd actually stand behind," which is the same. Like this is the same thing. I wouldn't promote a product I was unwilling to use. So now advertiser hat off, marketing hat off. I just wanted to make sure I was doing right by them because they have been incredibly generous. So unfortunately, we have a toxic fallout. Our spring has started. We have next to no food. The winter has literally just come to an end. Like it's physically day one of spring. And we have a toxic fallout. We do not have masks or anything like that. So that's not happening. So what I'm going to go ahead and do to help the situation a little bit is I'm going to go ahead and put some walls up along here. Or not walls. Some ceiling up along here. What I'm trying to do is just give ourselves some walkways that we can get around. I'm not going to be able to do this whole path here, but just a little walkway here and there to help mitigate this a little bit. And we'll put everyone into the safe zone. And we're going to go ahead and adjust that. I'm going to need to change the zone so I have like an indoor only zone. Yeah, I'm going to have to do it because if they go out here to meditate, they're going to absolutely just destroy themselves with toxic buildup. Alright, so. Manage areas, new area. Toxic. So that'll be our toxic fallout area. Build roof. Not build roof, that's not what I'm doing. So toxic. So this hallway is fine. We will allow the areas over here that we're building to be allowed. You can go over there. Anything that was indoors is fine. Allow that area right up there in front, because I'm going to have to. The storage room is fine. And it'll kind of pass straight across here and up along this wall. And we'll go ahead and get that set up. So basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm just trying to give myself enough space that we can move around in. to be able to deal with whatever I gotta deal with. So what we're gonna need to do here is structure. So for right now, we're gonna keep everyone safe, and then as we have to start worrying about the toxic buildup, we'll switch them to toxic. The downside is I do not have masks made. We're too early on. If I had masks made, we would be able to use those masks as a way of getting around. Oh, I just realized. Go. You can be in the unsafe zone because I need you to build those columns. So don't worry about the lesson. I appreciate education as a priority, but in this particular case, I need you to actually build those columns. So hold that all in for just a minute. Where are you going? Alright, once they get in there, we'll change them to safe zone, so that the way they work on stuff inside here only. And how's everyone doing in their toxic buildup? 16% already, 16% already, no toxic buildup at all. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is that's already dangerous. We're going to shift them all over to the toxic zone, which is going to heavily restrict them, but we did manage to grab a bunch of food in there before everything dies to toxic fallout. Now the downside is toxic fallout can actually last a pretty decent amount of time. I don't remember the exact range they can run, but it's not just like 8 in-game hours. It's usually several in-game days too. I think it can go like a season or something like that. I know it's not as long as Volcanic Winter. Volcanic Winter is the one that can go for something like 30 or 60 days, and you'll just be like, oh my god, please just leave me alone. Alright. I need you to finish cooking so you can start throwing some roofs up real fast. What's okay, so you don't worry about your psi focus. I'm not gonna need solar pinhole anytime soon. You just cook and that kind of stuff. And I need you to not just stand outside Randall Thor, buddy. There we go. As we work on that and get an overhang there, that'll be fine. Oh. Zone. No overhang in those two tiles. Deal with that real fast. Well, most of the crops will die, if not all the crops. It really depends on how long the toxic fallout goes for. It will be one of those things I won't worry about. So you should be... yeah, so, okay. So the one colonist who didn't survive being born and all that, that should disappear momentarily. Especially with the toxic fallout, that should clean up the corpses pretty well. There. We could probably also go over here. And make an area there. Queue that up for mining. Bulk goods trader running around in the toxic fallout. Good job, team. Hey, you want to be up here and poking that nonsense? Did we keep the gun? I think we got rid of the gun, didn't we? No, but we do have the bow. Oh, that'll be perfect. All right. Who is our fastest runner right now? 95%. 100% on Sentient Cookie. All right, so Sentient Cookie, you're about to get really upsetty spaghetti. Because we're going to have you go ahead and grab that gun. Well, bow. And you really don't like bows. Oh, first, before I do that, do you have anything I want? Okay, so we can give them their tiny trace amounts of leather. We can give them the Luciferum, because that's begging for a bad time. We can get the research for bow making. I'll go and grab that, even though I don't care about making the recurve bow. The reason I want that is that takes, like, if we read that book and we get that research, it's one less research it can randomly give me. So that still helps. You really don't have hardly any food that I care about either. Ooh, a book on medical is really not shabby. We'll wait. Alright, so what we're gonna try to do... I'm gonna hold that door open. You can do it, Cookie. It didn't pop open. Alright, so there's one hostile, one in person in there. And they are equipped for melee. Or sorry, they're equipped for range. They're taking some drugs. So while they're doing that, Cookie's just gonna walk away and say, "This is not my problem. I've changed my mind. I don't like it here." And meanwhile, they're just gonna duke it out. And he's trying to figure out what to do. I probably should have just attacked him. Alright, who's gonna win? The one guy with an assault rifle, or an entire army of people with bolt actions? And apparently an incendiary launcher. Alright, so let's, before all their stuff goes up in flames, you go out here, schedule, you'll be allowed out. Unrestricted, go grab that assault rifle if it's not bio-coded, even if I can't use it without my people getting upset. Oh, I need to have you unequip that before you get super pissed off about it. And what do we got in here? You've got some serious injuries. Like, we can't keep these people. We can, however, we can keep that sweet armor, though. What about you? Oh, you died right up. Alright, well, what we're gonna go ahead and do is, for right now, just leave all of that alone. Oh, wait, no, we're not. So, strip them. Strip them. Strip, and... strip, because we're gonna want that armor. To leave the scarabs just do their thing for right now. I should have left that door open, but it's fine. But that'll be perfect. Because with that, that means when they do die to their injuries, then we get all that armor for ourselves. Oh, and schedule, put you back under restriction. Alright. Sentient Cookie is pregnant. Another baby on the way. We have an Aurora. Oh, actually, before we get too far, trade. So, I happen to have an assault rifle you might be interested in. No, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stop. Alright, never mind. It's fine. I was like, oh wait, I have an assault rifle. You can just have that. That's fine. Cold Snap. I mean, was a toxic fallout not enough for you, game? Some of my plants are gonna make it and you couldn't abide by that? Like, no, really. No food. We have doth decree. You shall not have food grow in your tile. It is forbidden. Oh, the book. That's right. The book is what we got. Okay, so orders. We can go to schedule. We will grab Doppelganger. Go haul that book back. That's right. I totally forgot we grabbed the book, because we want the book. Like I said, the book, what it gives me, I don't really care about, but it is going to be taking a technology off of the possible ones that it could randomly roll, and that makes it worth it to me. Because if I could just get that technology out of here, it means I don't have to waste my painfully slow research speed on something I don't want. Make sure the animals don't go in there and eat what little food I've got. Wild boar got injured. Oh, you got burned. Toxic buildup. Yes, this actually works because it means it'll keep those bodies fresh, so the Mega Scarabs can eat all the corpses in there and I don't have to manage them. Mad guinea pigs. I mean, okay. That's fine, we'll just do this. Alright, they're down there, so if we run towards them, we can potentially kill them quickly versus drag this out. Okay, so 2 are on their way. Oh, there's the other one. Let's kill him real fast. And then get back into cover before everything gets awful. You're super angry about everything. Alright. So you have a major break risk. Chili slept on floor, darkness, toxic fallout, sick, left colonist unburied, high expectations. Alright. Go take that mind numb. I've got it. It's sitting there. I don't need to deal with your stuff right now, because if certain breaks when you're dealing with just trying to stay out of the toxic fallout are a problem. Because especially with how strong we are in melee, if we have, for example, she has a mental break where she runs out and have to like make one of these into a prison and try to arrest her, there's a really good chance she could fight back. And 2 colonists with like 12 melee beating up on each other is a real good chance one of them doesn't walk away from that exchange. We can go to zones. Because they opened up to put a path here. And over there. That's fine. I'm content with just letting them churn away on research. It's the food's the only thing I'm worried about because we lost all of our crops. And with the toxic fallout, it is going to kill off all the animals on the map relatively quick, considering that's not the button I wanted. Now I gotta wait for it to load. I was gonna say, considering I noticed there's the Mega Sloth that's downed because toxic buildup got to serious or extreme. Yeah, so like this Mega Sloth is just dying up here due to toxic buildup. And then when they do that, if they physically die from toxic buildup, they'll always rot. But once they start building up toxic buildup, even if you kill them, they have a chance to rot, and it's pretty high. So that's one reason I'm not running around trying to kill the animals right now, is most of them are probably already moderate or higher, and that's just what it is. Let's take Doppelganger off of that. Because you can butcher the, butcher that guinea pig real quick. It's not a lot of food, but it is basically, you know, one more bite of food. All right. Cool, so we've got some roofs that we can move around under to get around to at least the most important things. And that's all I can do right now is just wait. The good news is they already have 4 research benches in there, so at least while they're waiting, they can be plugging away pretty well at the research. So that's always a good sign. The question is, what are we researching? And I can actually figure out right now, there is a bug with this mod. I shouldn't say a bug, there's an oversight with this mod. That, nah, that's whatever. I'm not gonna borrow with the TikTok stuff anymore. It just tries to disconnect you like every hour, every other hour now if you're not actively talking, like typing in chat while streaming to it. It's just not reasonable. Like, it means I'll have to make a bot that literally all it does is, like, you know, have it post every, like, 15 minutes, you know, check me out live or whatever. It's honestly not been as useful as it used to be. Versus, like, YouTube at least has arguably more functions, so I'm probably just not going to worry about it anymore. Okay. So I got both the toxic buildup and the cold snap overlapping each other. We've lost our entire field, basically. There's, like, just a handful of crops that haven't died so far. All of the animals are going to start dropping off now, except the bugs here. The bugs here... They don't get affected by it. Apparently you are researching smithing. I can live with that. With smithing, I can make us swords and I can make armor. Well, helmets. And that's honestly better than what we've got right now for protecting ourselves. So we can go through a bunch of these, like, knives and clubs and start swapping those out with swords. So I probably wouldn't bother replacing Doppelganger or Jess's or Sentient Cookie's weapons unless I find myself sitting on a pretty healthy amount of uranium. If I were to get my hands... Actually, if I can get my hands on some uranium... Alright. Yeah, if I can get my hands on some uranium, that honestly would be not a bad... you know, thing to work on. Actually, let's not do it that way. I could fit more in here. If I turn it this way, I could put one there, one here, and one here. Can't you make wood armor? That's vanilla, right? I think you have to make it where you have plate armor as the technology unlocked. I think. I can't say I've ever made it, though. Mad Mega Scarab. The local Mega Scarab has gone mad and will attack anyone it sees. Okay, I mean, you're trapped in a little room there. Yeah, lots of good armor and all that we pulled in there because we stripped the bodies before they died. All right, so cold snap is over. So it's at least one pain out of her hair. Hey JD, how's it going? Yeah, so where are you used to seeing the wood armor? Because I know it's not here. Oh, here, we're gonna go ahead and temporarily let you unrestrict and build that so we can see if maybe it's just... Alright, and schedule, put you back in toxic. Yeah, I think that's a mod as well, because I don't recall ever seeing it. Yeah, no, it's gotta be a mod. Hey, Warren, thank you so much for the raid. Take the tables and their shoes. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I assume you were playing some RimWorld and having a good time over there. Cassandra's being a big old jerk and was like, "Hey, you just got out of your winter. What if toxic fallout? What if cold snap?" So we're doing okay. Actually, we're not doing okay. Our food just ran out. So we're doing with that awfulness. Of just trying to not starve to death while all this is going on. Alright. So we'll do that. The only thing that makes spring better is some toxic fallout. Yeah, it's been a whole lot. Burn it all, leave the no crops behind. But yeah, but welcome in, welcome in raiders, and thank you so much for that raid, Warren. For those who don't know Warren, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, if we can get a shout out for Warren. Plays a lot of RimWorld and all that good stuff, so definitely a good time to check out there. We can go ahead and kill some of these bugs, and that'll be a little bit of food, because at least they won't instant rot because of the toxic. And it looks like one of the three of them is sleeping. They're gonna hunt me immediately, probably, because they're gonna be starving. But welcome in. Thank you so much for... Oh, wait 1 second. I'm trying to delay the ad so you don't get hit with the ad, because we had an ad coming up due. There we go. But thank you again so much for tuning in and all that good stuff. I am Rual Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. Probably one of my most played games is RimWorld. I mean, it's not probably, it is. I very much enjoy it. I do lots of silly challenge and all this. For right now, we are doing a colony that is almost exclusively based around melee. Alright, was there any more of those we gotta deal with? Okay, so that's a little bit of food we can potentially bring home. Not good food, but food. First one to stay starved to death becomes simple meals. Let's see, Warren has had to go sleep, but he wanted to ask if you would take care of us. Sure. I apologize. I don't know if Warren said that and it got lost in all of the message zippeting pie. But yeah, no, absolutely. I totally also understand, like, gotta do your self-care. But yeah, so we're just trying for the moment desperately to deal with food. Because we weren't really in a good food situation. I've genuinely had almost every single winter I play in this game. I seem to get cold snaps nowadays. Like, it's by all means, it's always been a thing that could happen, but it just feels like it always happens now. Oh, I went straight to bed. Gotcha. Cool. But yeah, so I do play a variety of games here. Like, I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid. I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record's long been beaten. But that said, I do play a variety of games pretty much all across the board, a whole bunch of different stuff. Oh, don't do that. Don't plant stuff in the toxic fallout. I mostly was just getting it so all of you were unrestricted, so you could run over there and do that, and the doppelganger could butcher a couple insects. That way you can get all really upsetty spaghetti about eating some bug. Nah, I'm gonna say you're gonna keep butchering, buddy. But yeah, so we're just doing the best we can. But that said, if you do like games like simulation games, colony builders, settlement builders, the occasional like tycoon, sort of like a little bit of survival and all that, we do play a lot of good stuff. Like earlier today we were playing Tavern Manager Simulator. Yesterday we played the Crime Scene Cleaner. We beat that game yesterday and that was a lot of fun. But if that all sounds good, I hope to see you around and all that good stuff. Alright, so we got the tiniest, littlest, bittiest bit of meat out of that. Alright. Crime Scene Cleaner seems like a fun game. It is excellent. I definitely recommend it. Oh, good! The very first person to eat that got food poisoning. Which isn't an unexpected outcome, but it is still an unpleasant outcome. Yeah, that's gonna be terrible, because we don't have any food planted that's going. We got toxic fallout. The map is pretty close to barren of anything we can eat. How are you doing? Miner buildup? Alright, here's the new plan. Hey, Sentient Cookie. Let's see if we can get ourselves a raccoon bite. You're fond of the investigation genre in general? I mean, I guess there is some investigation to it. It's definitely more Power Wash Simulator / Viscera cleanup detail. Oh, never mind. You have food poisoning and you're pregnant and you've got toxic buildup. Yeah, go back. This'll be a night dweller's job. Go smack a raccoon. Almost barren, but I believe you'll find it's not entirely barren. Yeah, fellow condicete. I actually almost never do cannibalism in my runs. It's just a personal preference that I mostly play RimWorld as if, like, you're entirely reasonable people living there. Alright, so we got that one. Now granted, the game sure is trying to make that a thing that's gonna happen. By not giving me hardly any wildlife we can go after. But this is kind of, you know, one of your classic melee god kind of colonists. Alright, so smack that rat. Let's see if we can't get ourselves a bite to eat. You're all psychopaths awards chat. Well, that's just playing RimWorld. If exists and RimWorld, you're probably going to be calling for cannibalism and all sorts of awful. Man, how am I actually... Okay, so we're 3 for 3 without them rotting. That's better than I was expecting. Usually my luck is I'll kill like 5 of them with toxic buildup and I'll lose all but 1. Starvation on Sentient Cookie. We don't want that. Okay, the toxic buildup is over, so everyone's unrestricted except for the kid. And I need you to not be reading that book and instead be butchering animals. Let's see, eat everyone and everything that comes your way and happens to die. That's a lot of thing. No, toxic buildup is your least favorite event. So I don't mind it as an event because it is one of those events that really pressures you. So, like, I appreciate it for that. In this particular case, things were already not great when it showed up. Yeah, keep butchering. Now, downside is because we are a melee-heavy group and all that, I mean, we're melee-only, basically, we don't really hunt, which does have the unfortunate problem of... Oh, it's not that one. I need you to be there. We do have the unfortunate problem with that of they won't automatically hunt, so I gotta send them out. Okay. Of course. Buffalo. Alright, so that'll solve our food problem. It'll also be dangerous because, you know, the Muffalo do have a tendency... Oh, and Boomalope. Thank you, game. I see what you're doing. Alright, where's those Muffalo? We're gonna play Risk It for the Biscuit. Get down here. So, the problem is, doing this way, we're almost certainly going to have them Manhunter pack us. But we are melee god pawns, and we are going to be addressing... Oh, good, you're going to sleep? Yes. Yes. Kill it fast. Alright, there's the revenge. That's one Muffalo down. I'm gonna leave it at 2 for right now. Oh. So you're gonna stay down, right? Cool. So we're gonna let those 2 die. And the reason I'm not killing all 4 right this second is I do want them to... I do want to save them because I don't have refrigeration. Let's see, you're also going to head to bed? Nice to meet you. Thank you. It's nice meeting you as well. It's good having you. Alright, so we went ahead and we knocked 2 of them down. They'll die. And we can butcher them and that'll be fine. But we don't have refrigeration because I am running no research, random research. And the melee god pawns we have here suck at research really bad. Like, really bad. Our main researcher has been researching his entire life and has now reached researching 2 because he has a -8 penalty. So if we look at our research, 3 of these research here we have. Of the 6, we have... Actually, is it 3? Yeah, no, it is 3. Are ones that we've actually researched ourselves now. The other 3 were from books. But because it's random research, I can't choose it. But yeah, our research was horrifically slow. It was literally the slowest it can go. And now we're actually very slowly getting research along. No, we have under here the awful intellectual as our part of our xenotype, which gives a -8 and makes it so you cannot have a passion in it. They're just really bad at it. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and butcher those 2 Muffalo because people are going to start getting angry because there's no food again. And that should give us enough food for a couple of days. And then when we get low, we'll finish off the other 2 Muffalo, because now I feel very comfortable taking it. My fear was we were going to run up, we were going to attack the Muffalo, all 4 of them would revenge, and then all of them would swarm one person and potentially kill one person. With as strong as we are melee-wise, I actually felt pretty comfortable that, you know, we would win the fight. It's just, would we win the fight without casualties? Alright, so what they will do is they'll start cooking again. We are getting... Why don't we have plants down? Oh, right, because you had food poisoning and toxic buildup and you're pregnant. Right, that would undermine your ability to grow stuff at a type of reasonably timely speed. Strong melee and terrible intellectual sounds like hit people until they discover things for you. Yeah, no, we're just going full Unga Bunga, where our primary strategy for most situations are run at thing, hit with weapon. What is plan B? There isn't one. Run at thing, hit with weapon. Let's not complicate thing. Do we have anyone above it? Yes, a Night Dweller has officially reached 2. They technically should be 10, but they're at 2 because of the penalty. So they actually are, like, when I say it increased the speed of our research, it is now something like 4 times the speed that we were going before with that one researcher. They're the equivalent of 4 other people researching right now. That's probably not true. Let's actually see. Okay, so you don't have any other penalties going on for you. So your research speed is... Yeah, so it's about 3 people. So a Night Dweller researching is about the equivalent of 3 other people researching right now. Because of how bad everyone else's stats are. What? Sentient Cookie, please. Don't start by growing the fiber corn. That has always been a problem I've run into every single time. No matter what farm it is, it doesn't matter what the other crop is, they'll always, like, I'll have, like, all of this food, and it'll be like this one spot of cycloid over here, And they'll dart over there and be like, nah, man, I gotta make the drugs. No. You don't understand. The drugs have to happen now. It's like, no, we're starving to death. Drugs later. I've got a big supply. You're fine. Just wait for it. No, man. You don't understand. The potatoes can wait. We're gonna need this psychoid. We're gonna need it now. I would understand it if you're playing High Life. Like, those are the kinds of things that would be fun, like, hidden mechanics for the game, is that, like, you'd have someone who's, like, chemical fascination, that they'd have, like, a hidden flag to prioritize. Don't actually do that. But, they'd have, like, a hidden flag to prioritize when it comes to production and all that. Stuff related to their ambitions. Alright. So we're getting a little bit low on the meat, but that's fine. We'll run out there to beat that up. To show you our melee god pawn things. So we got super fast wound healing, blood clotting, fast runner, strong melee, robust. All of this is cosmetic, you can ignore it. They learn their skills slower, they're nearsighted, so they have much lower accuracy at a distance. Major cell instability, so live shorter lives and be more prone to disease and all that. Unstoppable, which means they will flinch off most hits and keep running as if nothing happened. Awful shooting, great melee, awful mining, awful animals, awful artistic, awful intellectual. So you get the idea. They're basically terrible at everything that isn't run up and smack things. Cosmetics are the most important part. Hey, I mean, they are sort of cursed blue dog people. I wasn't trying to make them cursed blue dog people, but you know, they are cursed blue dog people with bright, like, lime green hair. So I'm trying to give Sentient Cookie a chance to plant as much as possible. Where are you going? Oh, you're dropping off corpses. That's fair. Wait, where are you taking that corpse? Oh, hang on. Don't do that. I don't need a bunch of animal skeletons sitting all around my base, please. Finally getting those actual corpses out of here. But yeah, so we did deal with the ancient danger. So we do have a bunch of armor and goodies in there. It was like we literally popped the ancient danger during the toxic fallout. Was that right? Yes, so we popped the ancient danger itself before the toxic fallout against the Empire up here. And then during the toxic fallout, we popped those open because we had another caravan up there. So I had one of our people equip a weapon and do that. We can technically use ranged weapons, but we do have an ideology thing where they absolutely hate doing it. So generally speaking, in practice, the only time we're going to be using ranged is I might pop out a smoke grenade launcher or an EMP grenade, you know, for dealing with, like, mech clusters and that. We haven't run into that yet, but that'll be a big thing. What'd be really nice is if I can get a hold of shield belts. That would be really, really good for us. That'll be a major, major thing for us in that case. Because the things we can run into danger-wise will get much better with shield belts or jetpacks. Either or would work. Because in either case, we can have someone draw the fire. Like, if with the shield belt, you can have someone draw the fire to get, like, the opening thing behind cover, all the enemies shoot at him, and then just jetpack over on top of him and get him, tie him up in melee as fast as possible. The mech clusters are the ones I'm the most afraid of. Because even if we do close the range to start, like, where we drop in under the range, I still gotta bang on a turret that's going to explode in my face. So that's gonna have a certain amount of liability to it. So we've made the simple helmets for everyone. So I genuinely don't remember what the best weapon. So we got 7.2 at 23%. All right, so the sword is definitely better. And I'm not trying to take prisoners, so we're not going to worry about that. That's mostly for breaking walls. So it's looking like the Gladius is probably my best bet for right now. Where was the Equa in there? Yeah, so Gladius is probably my best bet. We're not taking them. Alright. So for right now, I'm going to say make a Gladius, do until you have one on standby. Alright, and I'm going to take just a minute to take a quick break real fast. I did delay the ads as long as I was able to, but they have happened, and I was about to use the restroom when the raid happened, so I'm going to quickly do that, grab myself a new drink, because I am all out, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in, and for those who, hung out after the raid and all that, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Stop shaking my screen, you giant worm. Man, giant worms, all they want is attention. Your jacket, ma'am, it's green. Just like your jacket. You should buy some. Don't make me go back to my warehouse. You, sir, the Zap. No, come on. Come on, buy the Zap. Alright, fine. Alright, one moment. You wish stores were this efficient in real life? Yeah, no, that's a mod. There's no... In vanilla Project Zomboid, there is no win condition, there is no vaccine, there is no cure, there is no happiness here. There's just death. There's death and tears. That's Project Zomboid vanilla. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Did I... Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. Could you not bang in that door? Alright, and I am back. We still have like another minute of ads, but I mean, it's fine. Like, it's one thing when I'm playing a game, like Project Zomboid, where every little second could be the end of the run, that kind of thing. So those ones I'll usually pause and just delay it through all the ads or whatever. That way no one misses anything. But a game like RimWorld, most of the time there's not a big thing to worry about. Like, if we do have a major event happen, like a giant raid or mech cluster shows up, the game pauses anyways, and we would just wait. You didn't get ads? Yeah, that's how being subbed works. If you got subs or Twitch Turbo, it goes away. For the record, I do run the minimum amount of ads required to get rid of pre-rolls. Not a second more. So it isn't one of those channels where people like set it to 20 minutes or any of that. I've noticed that trend happening, and it is like, oh, look, man, first, don't do that. You're gonna ruin it for all of us, because Twitch is gonna come up, like, it's gonna be one of those things that's gonna devalue ads on Twitch, which means more ads. And so, like, stop that. And plus, you pop into the channel and you're just like, what are you doing? So you just hate your audience? Well, the logic those people have, and I think it's something like 20 or 21 minutes is the maximum amount of ads you can run per hour. I think the logic they have is, I was checking, because it is a thing that when your viewers get caught in ads, they don't count on your viewer count. And so it is something like 10, 15, 20-ish% of your viewer count will drop during the ad break sometimes, because they're stuck in ads. And so when you think about it, if you were strictly trying to do this as much of like, you didn't want to put the effort into growing naturally and yada yada, you just want to kind of cash in on what you had, you could bump your time up to its max. You're jumping the number of ads to 7 times what it is before, so you're arguably making 7 times the revenue. And it's only costing you 10-15% of your viewers. That's not the way I look at it. I would disable ads if I had the choice, because I see it as a way of, I'd probably be able to get enough growth to justify it, like to make up for the lost ad revenue I obviously haven't tested that, because we don't get that choice as content creators. Alright, that's what I figured. That's what I was expecting to happen the first time. But, okay, so cool. So we got that. And I don't want to sit there and hack him. Aw, why do you have a long count? I don't want to hack him to bits right now. I probably need to. Hey, you. Go finish the job. Actually. Go carry the Muffalo home. And go carry the Muffalo home. You're saying that you want no ads to get subs Twitch. Yeah. No, it's like, that's my thought, is that, okay, with how much people dislike ads, I do wonder if you could have a truly ad-free experience, like no pre-rolls, no mid-rolls, anything like that, if you would see a 20, 30, some odd % bump in the viewership on the platform. I honestly have no idea what the quantity would be. It could be almost nothing. But, like, we won't know because it's not an option. And I would look at that and go, okay, ad revenue is about a third of my revenue. If I could bump my viewership up that much... Oh, you're... I didn't expect you to keep moving. I figured you're just gonna fall over dead. Huh. Well, go stab it again. There you go. Alright, and you're already down. But I was saying, it's like one of those things that it mean a lot. Because for me, like, viewership... So viewership gives me opportunities for, like, one, it makes it easier for other viewers to find my channel, which means there's more chance for more growth and yada yada. It also gives me a lot better chance of getting hold of keys of new games coming out and that kind of stuff. It also gives me a lot better opportunities for potentially pursuing sponsorships, which can be quite lucrative and all that. And so for me, from even the business side of it, I could see that as being a benefit. I would definitely test it, and maybe in my testing I wouldn't get those results. But it would be nice to be able to test it. But that's just not an option we have. Once you become affiliate, congratulations, you're running ads on your channel whether you like it or not. That's just how it is. And you're not allowed to monetize your channel unless you have affiliate. Not counting, like, if you do off-platform, like Patreon and merchandise or whatever, but getting real numbers there requires you to be pretty gargantuan. Or sponsors. Colonist needs a rescue. It is sentient cookie. They have gone down because they've got trivial malnutrition, which should be... No, it's not quite resolved. But yeah, they've got malnutrition, and they also have pregnancy and everything. So they're struggling a whole lot. Malnutrition, food poisoning, and all of that. Let's go ahead and make sure we feed you right away. And I don't really know why Night Dweller is running around with... Oh, you've got flak pants on. I understand. So you ditched your tribal wear for the flak pants. That makes sense. All I know is it suddenly seemed like Night Dweller was streaking, and it's just like... What? What? Why did... Like, don't get me wrong, you're wearing tribal clothes and all that, but... That's still better than running around in your birthday suit. Alright, so we got a bit more food. We're continuing to plant stuff. The rice is still going to take a little while longer. The good news is I've got a bunch of animals on the map now. And while the Muffalo were a little bit of a risk of getting, like, wailed on and all that, that's fine. Okay, we're getting our meals cooked again. Yeah, eventually it would be nice to get our stuff going on the map, but it's gonna probably be a while. Alright, so we've got our first Gladius, which is here somewhere. There you are. Now, I definitely want to try and get better equipment than Gladiuses and all that, but we're doing the best we can. I have you set to the right zone, right? Yeah, you're set to safe. We're going to work on upgrading our weapons. Imagine wearing pants in 2024. No one does that anymore. There's a clip that was on the channel that's kind of cursed. That I had a quest in RimWorld, and I think it was like they're going to give me a mech resurrection serum. It's something I really needed at the moment. But I had to make it something like 24 pairs of pants and trade them away. And what I had failed to notice is one of the pairs of pants that I had brought with me didn't qualify. So something like they needed like 24 good pairs of pants or whatever. And one of them was like normal. Or like on slight amount of wear, something on. I can't remember what the reason why it didn't qualify. So I had caravan half across this map on a polluted map. When I say half across, it was I caravan multiple days out here to get to the place to trade. Realized I was short one pair of pants. And going, crap, what do I do? Because I really need this and there's not enough time to go back and come back for it. And so trying to figure out from the world map how to get one of my characters to take off their pants so that I could trade away the pants for the mech resurrection serum. And there's just a question like, how do I take your pants off? Or something like that. It was one of those things here, like, this would never happen in a normal situation. But, like, just RimWorld being RimWorld, weird stuff happens. That's just the nature of RimWorld. It will always be weird, it'll always be kinda cursed, and we love it for it. Okay, so you're taking stuff apart. So we are going to need to find something else to kill for some food. Let's have you grab your Equa back while you're up here. Alright, so grab all of them. Your go-to clothing for settlers actually Devil Strand? Yeah, no, in this particular case, it was like an actual mission that the mission itself said, hey, I need you to give me 24 pants. So it wasn't about, like, trading value or whatever. It was an actual, like, quest objective kind of thing. Like, hey, we'll trade you 24 pants for, you know, a mech resurrection system. But yeah, I do random research, no research most runs. And so with that, there's no tech-locked thing that I consistently will have access to. Like, I had a run that's probably been, like, the worst case, that I was missing complex clothing until I had researched everything else in this area. I think I was missing one, maybe two things in this area. And I think I had everything I could in this area, and I was just starting to research Starflight basics, like it's down to that area, before I finally got complex clothing. Because random research had just gone full Randy. And so, like, we're still running around. Like, at that point, I actually had good equipment, but it's all, like, stolen from people and all that. Like, it's all piecemealed from whatever I could get from other people and, like, having helmets or whatever. And then finally I got complex clothing. And that was, I do a challenge from time to time I call my pollution challenge. That is, basically we turn the world up to 100% pollution and choose a map with 100% pollution that's not mostly mountain. That way I get stuck dealing with it, and I'm not allowed to choose anyone who's immune or resistant to pollution. It has to be just like a normal pawn who doesn't like pollution. And I can bag out the pollution, but I may not just ship it off the tile or drop pod it off the tile or anything like that. That I have to just deal with it on the tile. And it is a slow bird challenge, just making it work. Alright, I was about to be like, oh no, it's 8 cougars. And it's like, oh wait, it's also, oh no, it's 8 foxes. That's still pretty bad, actually. Okay, well... What I'm going to try doing here, and I don't know if this will work. I wonder if we can bait them into... You know what? This actually might work. I might be able to engage it. We'll see. I haven't experimented with this, but I've got a bottleneck point here. That's mostly around trying to not have it, you know... me having 8 things swarming 5 people. But I'm kind of wondering if we can get it through here where one can step out and we can wail on more than one at a time, but still contain them to not overwhelm us where they can get out and around. Well, I mean, that works. If they just want to feed themselves into me one by one, I could live with that too. Bonk. All right. That's going to be the big thing, is taking advantage of having everyone here. Hey, Randalthor? Not a good time, friend. There you go. And all the foxes are dealt with. Yeah, now the problem is because they have, Scarlia, so you notice a bunch of them instantly rotted. That was something they added in a long time ago. Like, that was, ooh, was that Biotech or Royal? No, I think it was Ideology. That they would, the Manhunter packs would have Scarlia, and when they die, they would instantly rot sometimes. It's a % chance. So it's not all of them, not none of them. Sentient Cookie being on this treadmill of food poisoning and pregnancy, not helping our farming situation. It's way later than I should have, but Jess is going to help out with the farming for a little while, and we'll let the research. Royalty, you think? Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was Royalty or Ideology. It was somewhere in that time frame where they changed it so that the Manhunter packs... Because it used to be one of those things. You'd get to, like, mid to late game, and if you had a freezer, you could literally just stop farming and survive on Manhunter packs. Like, dude, you'd have the Manhunter pack roll in of, like, 12 or so Muffalo, and suddenly you're sitting on, like, 4,000 or 5,000 meat. And just go, okay. Like, and it could get pretty extreme if your wealth was really high and you had, like, a really good defensive setup. Because that was also back then, we could cheese the defensive setups pretty hard. Hi. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
No, never.
Yeah. I love you.
Love you too. You know that soft Muffalo wool? Yeah. Well, that was just it. Like, the Manhunter packs back, and then you'd have a Manhunter pack show up, and you're just like, we've done it. It's here. Oh, the food is here. Oh, you're out of wood. Which is the reason I'm growing the fiber corn, is we don't have tree sowing, and because this is mostly all stone, there's not much. And especially not much because we just got out of a toxic fallout. There's, like, on the whole map, maybe 30 trees. Alright. We're getting pretty close to the point we're going to find out what our research was. Toxic fallout is such a pain. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's basically what Doctor was saying, was toxic fallout is such a pain. That's the thing. Toxic fallout is definitely one of those ones that happens, you're like, ah, crap. And it's just one of those things that, like, on one hand, I appreciate that it's a pain. Like, some of the best mechanics in the game are the ones that are most frustrating. Not caravanning. Caravanning is just frustrating. But a lot of the other just, like, not, like, all, like, the other frustrating things, like the Revenant, I find to be a very good event. The Gray Flesh, the Metal Horrors, I find that to be an amazing event. Even though it happens, and you'll be, like, in the middle of dealing with siege stuff, and you'll have, like, the warning of Gray Flesh, and you're like, no, not right now. I can't deal with this right now. It's like, I need my doctors to be doctoring right now. I cannot curtail who is allowed to doctor out of fear of the Among Us thing. And so it creates it creates strain in a situation that would not, like, otherwise, you know, be perfectly fine. All right, so more psychic powers. Because I figure, why not? I don't usually do hardly anything with the psychic powers, and I'm just figuring for certain events, like, for example, if we have the like, sorry, what's the word? If you have like a siege raid, I could potentially use the one that makes a bunch of animals enrage to try and deal with that. Let's see. So what did you get? You got neural heat dump. All right, we'll just keep your psi focus on nothing. Honestly, do the same for you as well. Don't even worry about maintaining your psi focus. None of your powers are stuff I particularly care about. Also, what are those glowy animals? Oh, it's just, when you zoom out now, this is 1.5 did this. It does outline animals in blue, your characters, it puts like icons in the map. Because it used to be you'd have to spot the things moving around at this far out, and you couldn't see what the heck was going on. So they did that, and it also will show like enemies. They'll actually put them as red icons on the map. So it does a lot to make it so you're not going, where's the enemy? I'm glad. Hear me out, Empire. If you really wanted to screw me here, what you should have done is offered me a mech resurrection serum, because I would have stared at that for a long time going I could take a volcanic winter, right? And the answer is it would be awful. But in this case, I don't care about these two. Like, that's not that important. That I'm not gonna be able to use forever, and I could give zero craps about honor. So good on them, because if they would have actually given me something that's really tempting, like again, a mech resurrection serum, or even a heal mech serum or whatever, where you're staring at that going, I really want it. Or a Zeus hammer. You know, one of those things you stare and you're like, I really want it. I really cannot take losing out in the food right now, because we're already halfway, we're already a fourth of the way through summer, and we physically don't have any food stored of merit. And the tile is basically barren. Do you think the new DLC is worth the money, Anomaly? I really like Anomaly. I bought it and I don't... Did I buy it? Ooh, I don't remember if I bought it or not. I genuinely don't remember if I bought it or it was given to me. I feel like I bought it, but I'm also not confident in that. Either way, I like it. Now, that said, I will say of the DLC, it is the one that I feel has the most you love it or you hate it kind of thing. I shouldn't say hate it. You love it or it's not your jam. The reason I like the new DLC is, for me, the new DLC forces me to play the game more differently than any other DLC. There are events that you don't just line up your people and duke it out. Because like if you really wanted to still like oversimplify the base game, it's you either have your defensive position and people run at you and you kill them, or you go to their defensive position and you kill them there, or obliterate them with mortars. But it usually is one person just kind of throwing themselves at each other's defenses. And again, I'm oversimplifying to the point of inaccuracy that, like, obviously you're going to be strategic and be like, oh, those are impids, I need to not bunch up. Oh, those are this, I need to, like, group up. You have that, but it is just kind of how you engage the meat grinder. With Anomaly, there's entirely different ones. Oh, long blades, I can get behind that. But it changes you to deal with things a lot different. Like the Revenant does this whole cat and mouse game with you where it disables one of your pawns one at a time, and you've got to like, you gotta suss it out. I don't want to spoil too much if you haven't seen it how it works. You know, you've got one that there's like basically an enemy hidden among your people that you've got to suss out. There's giant holes just open up in the ground and things pour out of them, and you know, stuff where you have like very few enemies but will physically grab one of your people and rapidly kill that pawn, and you just have to wail on it as hard as you can before it's too late. And so it is just a very different thing. Sounds hard? Yes, I would definitely say of the DLC it is the hardest one. That said, it gives us some powers we have no right to have in this game. Unnatural healing is one of my favorite and unreasonably powerful skills in the game. The ghouls are really fun because they're just an extremely fast healing pawn that you could just throw them in there, and if they die, you can resurrect them extremely easily. So you can have melee, you throw in stuff that melee has no business being in just to tie something up, and it's fine. It just costs you a little resources. It also makes you want to keep the dangerous things locked in your basement, as it were, because you have to research them by poking them while they're alive and all that. So you keep the scary, spoopy things locked in the back room and just hope they don't break out, which they will. And it can be very inconvenient. It can also be funny when you have, like, your super duper late game and one of the more annoying things like the Revenant in the earlier part of the game, and then the Revenant breaks in the late game and you're so juiced up and everything, and it just runs in the hallway, you just smack it down and go get back in your room. You've got some real fun anomalies there, but it is entirely around that. Which we do have it turned on. If I were to poke that, we would be dealing with lots of anomaly stuff. We might do that later. For the time being, we haven't been focused on that, because some of that stuff will be really awful to deal with. Okay, so Randall, what are these traits? What are these traits, Randall? Do we need to talk to you about this? Because there is only one of these that is not straight up bad, which is trigger happy. Like, abrasive is bad. Teetotaler's neutral to bad. Slothful is terrible. Misogynist is terrible. Slow learner is super terrible. So clearly we're going to go with trigger happy because it's the only one that's not outright awful. Alright, so for the traits we're going to take melee, medical. And what am I going to take for the last one? So this is interesting because I'm not sure how this works. Our xenotype is supposed to prevent us from being capable of having a passion in animals or mining. So let's try and see what happens if I give you a passion. I assume you'll get it. That'll like kind of override the animal thing, but the xenotype thing. So you get 3 of them. So I'm going to keep you melee and medical. Oh, do we want to do that, or do we want to go social? Because having 1 passion in melee will still give us the XP bonus. I'm content with that. You already have higher social than anyone else in my colony. So we could potentially... That might not be true. I don't think that's actually true. So we could raise you up to be our main leader person. And I am going to need mining for deep drilling for resources later. I think I am going to split it evenly. Because then mining will be your main thing you do here next to medical. And you're already 13 melee because we get 8 from just you being the xenotype. You already have passion. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. So with that... And we finished Longblades. So Randall Thor is trigger happy and still amazing at that. So they did get the passion in mining. They still have -8 for it. But that now means Randall Thor is a unique character in this place, in that Randall Thor now likes to mine. Which is something we didn't have anyone who liked doing around here. So we're gonna have Randall Thor pull out, like, the steel and all that around here. We're gonna wait on having Randall Thor do anything with the components. We just don't have that big of a use for him. So we're gonna take the Gladius off our list. Alright, so longsword, you have 8.6 at 33%, and then the spear was a bit higher penetration. I normally go for the spear. I'm gonna go for the longswords here. Just because I can. So details. Oh, it's because I haven't chose to do it only so many times. Do it until we have 1 at 80%. Don't use plasteel, please. Meanwhile, let's grab... You can grab that Gladius. Now, ultimately, I'd like to get us some uranium melee weapons until we can get our hands on stuff like mono swords or, you know, mono sword, Zeus hammer, that kind of bit. Look at Randall Thor go. Mining speed demon right there. Slow down. Wouldn't want you to go too fast. For the record, that's because we have a massive penalty to mining. Which is funny because one of the colonies we did right before this was dirt moles. And we had a... Well, what did we have? It wasn't a drill arm. No, we had the dirt mole with a mining specialist, and it would just go up to a wall, just go tick tick, and the wall would fall down and move on to the next one. It would just fly through it. But technically, it's already almost gained a level in mining. It'll take up to level 9 before we see that speed up, unfortunately. But I am going to need to get someone mining, and we're just going to have to suffer through that for the time being. Alright. I'm a little bothered by the fact that we're still planting the field. In the meantime, I need meat. So, we're gonna go up here real fast. We're gonna thin out some deer. And with that, we've got ourselves more food on the menu. Alright, so we've got beggars, and they would like a little bit of herbal medicine. I can live with that. Where are you? We will be giving medicine to, was that Taco? No, it's not Taco, it's Tosio. Or Toiko? I don't know. The point is... Oh, it's Tolko. That's not an I, that's an L. The point is, we're giving them the medicine because, honestly, we got medicine for days. That's the one plant that has not been dying every single winter when we get cold snapped and toxic fallout and everything else. The heal root has mostly held in there. So we're just trying to make the most of it. We can allow sowing on the fiber corn. I should have started that back up a little bit ago, but it's fine. Meanwhile, we can probably put you back onto lower priority for the grow zone. I'll let you get back to helping with the research. Let's see. We can go to a raider camp and get a flat screen TV. There's only 2 enemies there, so we could absolutely knock that out in 2 seconds. But I also don't have electricity that I could do anything with right now. So, I mean, we could definitely make the flat screen TV work in the sense of having it, but it's just going to sit there and ultimately be money for us. Alright, so go ahead and take our poor quality weapons. And we got the book we've already read. Is there anything you have for me at all? I'll take your pemmican, honestly. We'll keep the bolt action just in case. There we go. Now keep the bolt action just in case there is like a situation I want. Like, we have a mech cluster here with an unstable power core that's way too close to turrets to do anything. I could use the bolt action, even though they'd hate it to pop it. Alright, so. Raider camp. So we could do this for the goodwill. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. We would likely send along probably 3 people to make sure we've got it settled. And I think we would send along Lux Ray as our crafter, because we could afford to do that. Probably Lux Ray and You'll probably send Luxray, Jess, and Doppelganger. Like, we want, well, probably just Luxray and Jess. We'll just make it work. That should be okay. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and go in here and upgrade to that sword. All right, yeah, let's do it. Why not? Give me the goodwill. Show me the bandit camp. Where are you relative to me? It's kind of annoying. That might be a problem. So Luxray and Jess. Okay, so it's only 1.2 days. We'll probably get food over there. I think we can work with that. At first, it was saying, like, it's a 2-day trip over. I was like, please don't do that. I would really rather you not take 2 days to get there if you can help it. All right, Luxray, you have a good one. Oh, I just saw you said, no, don't do it. Nah, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. And then we'll probably do for tomorrow's stream. Like, we're not near wrapping up or anything yet. But we'll probably do tomorrow's stream is we'll likely split it between Coral Island and RimWorld while I figure out what we're going to add in for the next game we're going to have in the schedule. Because I usually try and keep like 2-3 games going on at any time. That way we can do a nice little rotation. That way if any one game isn't like, you know, people really aren't into any one game, that's fine. We got plenty of other ones. All right. You just keep working on that, buddy. You'll get there. Don't you worry. Okay. And that's with them having a passion. Alright, so technically you're level 1 going on level 2. So you are leveling it fairly, like you do have it going relatively quickly. But it's still gonna be a long time before that matters. Alright, so I need them to do a lot better. Yeah, so it estimates 0.5 days until we arrive. And our food's still good for another 2.3 days. Oh, and that's the incapacitated person. We're not going to be worrying about them. Yeah, so the 2 Yetkins, I feel like unless we get unlucky and we get there and one, like they're both like 18 melee or some nonsense, or they just, you gonna check the rescue too? No, not really, because then that pawn will try and join us, and we're trying to stay with like the superpower melee pawns. We did say one of the that might have actually been the rescue expiring right there. Yeah, so literally the rescue just expired. Sorry. So, one of the things I was figuring is, if we did get someone like an unnatural healer, I said it would make an exception to keeping it just them for like an unnatural healer, but we would require them to stay melee, and most likely I'd just keep them inside base. They'd be like the hide indoors and patch people up after the fight kind of person. Most likely, I would save it for dealing with stuff like malaria and all that. Just immediately, whoever's losing the fight, slap him with an unnatural heal to get him through the disease. I'm surprised we haven't run into a lot of disease problems already. Normally, the storytellers are horrific with me and just overlapping diseases at times. Okay. So, we've got, you know, power here, but there's no turret I'm seeing. We do have a wild boar. And what weapon do you have? You have a knife and no skill whatsoever in melee. Oh, wait, there is a turret, I can use eyeballs. I was a bit curious about how I was seeing all this power-related stuff and then no defense for it. Alright, so if I go over here, the turret's up against the corner, I should be able to just walk around and just completely avoid the turret entirely. Now, keep in mind, my people will not use automated defense. It's one of the things that our ideology forbids it. Because being allowed to use guns by, you know, just kind of cheesing your way around it. Alright, kill the boar. One tapped. Alright. You don't have anything we care about clothing-wise or anything. Right? So with that, we will claim that, uninstall it. This will claim and we'll need to take it apart. We're gonna pop in here first. What is even the point of that door? You are a weird base. Alright, so what we're going to do real fast is we're going to give you an assignment for construction. And who is that? Jess? You should be able to prioritize uninstalling it. And now the power's off, and we're good to go there. And then you break that solar panel because we can go ahead and grab the components and all that. Unfortunately for the steel mini turret, we refuse to use it. It'll make our, you know, like, it's literally prohibited. They won't do it. But what we can do is we can take it back with us and trade it away. Alright, with that, reform caravan, send it home, except we're not bringing you with us. We are bringing the simple meals. Alright, we are bringing that battery because that could be useful to us. The steel gladius is a nice find. That just saves me making one. We'll grab the revolver. We'll grab the steel mini turret, even though, again, we can't use it. And we're gonna leave the rest, I think, because I don't care about the boar. Like, the boar's gonna rot. We don't care about that. The steel and all that's probably not worth our time. It'll slow us down too much for not enough benefit. So let's get out of here. And perfect. We didn't need to take damage either. But so you have them on the front line to immediately patch up anyone who can't get to the hospital, but also where they can get one tap themselves. Let's see, it's really fun and really scary to have your main medics be really good combat pawns. Oh yeah, no, that's my unfortunate luck has always been that my melee pawn ends up being my medic pawn, which is really awful because the pawn that's always going to get injured is your medic. And it's always one of those ones where it's like, ugh. I need not this situation. Yeah, that's a good one. We got ourselves an extra weapon. I don't know if it's any good for us. We'll have to compare. What was the Gladius compared to the Equa? That's not where I'll check that. Gladius. The Gladius is 11.28 versus you are. Yeah, so Gladius would be a little bit better. Because you've always had your best cook as your best gardener. You plant some food so you can cook it. Yeah, and that's the other thing is the cook-gardener combination is another one that gets you in a lot of trouble because it works out really well at the beginning of your run. You're like, this is great. This is great. Like, all of this is going fine, and then you start building up your numbers enough that your cook is having to cook constantly to keep the food going. And then suddenly all of your food is just not happening because they don't have time to farm or vice versa. Is it like in D&D, the cleric is the first to go down? Yep. All right, so we are getting our proper food in here, which is good. We had a late game run where like 20 pawns that ended up all three of your doctors got brained by the first volley of shots. There are definitely those times when you're playing RimWorld where you just look at the RNG on the possibility of what happens to you and you go, okay, the odds of this happening are like infinitesimally low, where you get into that engagement where two of your pawns drop in the first volley, you go to a lantern like, one person gets brained, one person gets a shot to the heart, and the other one takes like a kidney loss and goes down. And you're like, this is supposed to be a fairly even fight, and then suddenly it's not. Alright, I was kind of hoping they were willing to buy my steel turret, because if they would, I could have taken the steel mini turret out of my inventory, would have been weight I didn't have to carry, and maybe gotten some food for it or whatever. And hey, Fran, how's it going? Or Best Hunter is also a cook, so they're always out hunting and camping, and your camp is starving. Yeah, it's one of the things that RimWorld will definitely pressure you into. On one hand, it's really good to have your people multi-talented. That way, you know, if you have someone who can be your cook or your farmer, it can be kind of one of those things that you can turn around and be like, oh, my farmer's down, let me go ahead and have my cook help out with the farming. Oh, my cook's down, let me go ahead and help out with the other one. But it is those things that a lot of times you tend to specialize someone. Like, this person crafts. What do? They craft. What else do they do? No, you don't get it. They craft. And it is one of those things that there is a give and take about specializing into one thing or splitting them between disciplines and pros and cons. So I've actually said, one shooting pigskin with poor machine pistol brains someone in the dark while raiding, and your pawn also had cover. Yep. Yeah, that's your best advice to new RimWorld players, generalize? Yeah, generally I'd agree. It's good, like I mentioned before, when I'm like raising the kids where I can kind of design my pawn just short of with raising kids, I have a tendency to spread their passions out as much as possible, unless I get something that really heavily leans towards something. Like if I get like an industrious, very neurotic pawn, I'm like, you're a crafter. You know what you're doing now? You're crafting. This is what your existence is going to be, is you are going to be tied to that bench and you're going to craft your heart out. Because, my goodness, you're going to be able to turn out flak armor like no one's business. But generally otherwise, I'll be like, hey, if you get a choice to get Jogger, you get Jogger. Because it doesn't matter what they are, other than maybe your research pawn. If it's anything but like your research pawn, a Jogger is going to be a good choice. Because if they're a crafter, they run out and grab stuff and they come back. You know, if they're hunting, they can run out, get that. Even if, like, if you get Jogger and they have 0 passions, that's still a really good pawn. You just say, haul and clean, congratulations. You're the best dang janitor we got. So we're actually saying industrious plus great memory. Oh, yeah. No, that was, we had, like, I don't take many prisoners these days. And there was a run or two ago we had, I think it was like, oh, it wasn't great memory. It was like industrious, like I said, something like industrious, like very neurotic or whatever. Or no, it was oh, was it brawler tough nimble or something? It's like one of those ones you're like, whoa, hold up. Like, did someone design this pawn for me? And we're like, yeah, I was gonna take this person, but like that's too good to turn down. This person stays. Movement speed, mood increase, and health improvers are all universal wins. Yeah. Alright. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with the idea of, when possible, getting pawns that are most broadly capable are as best. You still end up, by just necessity, getting people who gradually move towards specialization. But like, where's one of... We have these ones that they're all like special, like a pawn like this where they've got a bunch of different passions. I'll generally want to take those because that means I can have them be my cook or my construction or my crafter, or, I mean, usually it's medical and these. Like, that is a pawn I could put into a couple different places. Same with this, construction, plans, crafting. I can put that person to a couple different places where if, you know, for example, say someone else was my main construction pawn and they died, and I have, like, a spare farmer or a spare crafter, I can suddenly pivot this pawn into that spot. They're not going to be as good as it. Alright, Sentient Cookie is in labor. Okay, we got an 89% chance of a good result. Do it. We don't need more depression in this colony. We had a really rough year last year. You're raising a child, rolled tough and nimble, double passion in melee, one more growth tier, and is hoping for brawler. She used a skill trainer and her 5 melee jumped to 12. That little girl kidney punch someone. Healthy baby. So congratulations with a healthy baby. We will be naming that. If you haven't already noticed on the top of the screen, it says !join. If you would like to have this colonist named after you, just do !join. Let that run for like just a minute or so before we go ahead and do that. But that is how I operate here. It is a random draw, a lottery system. So it's not first come, first serve. It's literally your name goes into the hat, we pull it out, and you get to be in there. And you might ask, well, what are your talents? What are your traits? What are your aspirations? You're a baby. Your talents are pooping yourself and eating. And then sometimes you sleep. And that's what's going to be for a while. You know, it probably aligns pretty well with, you know, normal day-to-day behavior. We'll go ahead and get that in there. And your parents will be Luxray and Sentient Cookie. All right, so we'll give it just a little bit longer. Gonna go ahead and say like last call in like 10
hankering for education, are we?
like 10 seconds. Teach the folks how nerfed charge lances have been since beta. Oh man, I don't remember lances from beta. Like, you're asking me to go reach back in the box of a time I don't remember. Cause low-key I didn't care for it. Like, charge lances are fine. I was never like, even the what is it, the energy rifle. Like, the energy rifle's good, but I usually prefer the assault rifle. Like, there's definitely an argument to be made for the energy rifle. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the drawing for the name, and we'll get on with that, because I don't remember. Like, I genuinely don't remember the charge lance from back then. That's going, do you remember how good these were 13 years ago? No. No, I don't, actually. All right. Draconic. Dork, welcome to the colony. You will be baby. You shall sleep upon the crib, and that'll be your existence. And that's not me being, like, negative about it either. It's just... It had a range of 40. Yeah, so it's basically like an energy sniper rifle. Because I think the sniper rifle was at 36? I think is its range. It's up there. Yeah. It's just an energy sniper rifle. That's it. Like, it was good. Like, I remember it being good. But it was also never one of those ones I really worried about. Especially back then, I wasn't really attached to any weapon. So that's the Gladius we brought in. And you're down because you just had a kid. That's fair. But yeah, no, especially back in beta days, I don't remember hardly anything from back in beta. So Mary says, you remember being able to turn off downed mechs and salvage miniguns from centipedes? Man, I don't remember that at all. I'm not saying it wasn't the case. Those are things I just don't remember. I mostly only played when it was on Steam. That was when I actually got into the game. Alright, so we'd gotten long blades, we got all that. So we have a battery, but we don't have battery technology. So that's kind of my reservation with a lot of that. Because with battery technology, I can set up stuff like windmills and all that. One battery will work to get some electricity going, but I'm torn on setting everything up, being reliant on something I stole, that if that battery gets destroyed, suddenly my power grid is broken, and I can't fix it. Use the... Oh, we didn't take the, we took the standing, not the mega screen. Because I figured if the mega screen was just sitting around, it would just grab someone's attention with the, like, what would happen is we'd have we'd have a, sooner or later we'd have a tantrum and someone would just beeline for that TV as my most valuable thing. Get rid of the seed for now. Honestly, that seed could actually be an okay source of wood. The EMP grenades would be potentially good to have around for a mech cluster if we got to that point. That's not a bad thing. Take the revolver. We'll keep the bolt action just in case I need to shoot like a unstable power core or something. We can go ahead and depart with some Sight T for some quick cash. That way, whenever someone shows up with a mech, a Zeus hammer or something, we can just buy it. What killed you? Oh, you got in a fight with the cougar, that's fair. Steel pull batteries as well. Truly sap the grid. Oh yeah, that wasn't full, it was like at night, but it does have about a third of a charge on it. Grunts Thunder Rock make Metal Man stop. Keep. Yeah, that was... I probably should get that. Let's get the EMPs. Because my luck is the moment I don't get that, I'm going to get a raid of a whole bunch of Scythers or something. We're probably nowhere near that being a real concern. But the EMPs and the smoke grenade launchers are the only ranged weapons I could see doing in this colony. Because for those who didn't realize, we are running like, you know, just super juiced melee pawns who are terrible at everything else. And our ideology despises ranged weapons. That said, if I get a group that's like, it's a raid of 20 Scythers, I'm gonna drop some EMPs. I'm gonna drop some EMPs. The real concern for these folks is flamers? Yeah. The thing I expect to be the biggest threat for me is if we get like a mech cluster up here, and then I have to like run into it, where they get to shoot at me, and I kind of just have to smile and take it to the face. Like if it was like, you know, an auto mortar mech cluster up here. Flamers, Tesserons. Tesserons are very hit and miss. There's definitely times Tesserons have ruined my day, but usually, as long as I don't keep my people bunched up, they knock down one person, and I can just fold them. But it's definitely one of those things where you get like a narrow area where you got your people, and a Tesseron just goes across the line. You're like, well, screw me, why not? But yeah, no, fire is a concern since it'll send us panicking, which will free up people to hit us. So I'm actually more worried about like large size impid raids than mechs, because it's not often you get mechs that have too many of the Scorchers, and so you can just run someone up with the Scorcher and just deal with it. All right, sentient cookie, just go smack it in the face. Bonk. All right. So that's a Gladius. We're gonna slowly get everyone to having the long swords, because that's about the best melee weapon we got on hands right now for just making things dead. It doesn't technically have the highest armor penetration, but it's really not that far behind the spear. And then considering my two primary threats, I like literally was just identifying as ranged mechs, which are mostly just a threat while they're at range. Once I get on top of them, I'm not that worried about it. And then the like impids and all that. For the impids, they never really have any meaningful armor. So for them, it's just, what is the highest damage I could put into a target? That, good enough. That, and I'm really hoping we'll have an exotic trades person show up and we can get ourselves a Zeus hammer. Because if I get a Zeus hammer, that'll really help us deal with the mechs in a big way. The priority purchases right now are a Zeus hammer, as well as, so a Zeus hammer as well as shield belts. No anomaly counters. Bioferrite makes scary swords. Yeah, no, I know the Bioferrite is really good. We have the monolith here. I just haven't activated it, because with how horrifically penalized our research speed is, and it'll be applying to both research and the anomaly research, because it's not ritualist, it's just straight up awful intellect. My fear is, if I start messing with the anomaly thing, my chances of getting stuff like the flares in any timely manner is going to be horrifically awful. And trying to fight stuff like the Revenant without being able to get yourself some flares and all that pretty easily is going to be pretty rough. I do intend on ultimately doing the anomaly. I love the DLC. It's just, I feel like I really want to have electricity stabilized. Then I start playing with the anomaly things. Because stuff like the ghouls will destroy a ghoul. Ghouls are tough, but 5 completely juiced out of their mind melee pawns against a ghoul, my money's on the juiced melee pawns. That's right, Randall Thor. You keep mining. One day you'll get to a level that's above 0. Is he gonna smelt down the giant gold sword of Velvety, or is it gonna be a keepsake? I haven't decided. Like right now, it's fine just to hold on to it. Because it still has pretty good damage and all that. Like the other sword, once you get like uranium swords or bioferrite or something, that'll do a lot better. But the gold sword is still not bad. I mean, honestly, what'll probably happen is eventually... I mean, what'll probably happen is we'll just get better weapons. They'll just sit in a cabinet or something. It is entirely possible that later on... Well, I mean, we got a lot of gold. 301 is not a minute amount of gold for this phase in the game. Like, later on, you need lots of gold for advanced components and all that. But for early game where you don't have much to use the gold on, that's pretty good. Alright, our food is starting to stabilize. It won't be too much longer before we get into the fall and we start losing our crops again. But at least we got a proper harvest out this season. I'm just waiting for the cold snap anytime. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So, with this, with the pawns we have, sight stealers, not a big issue. The only way they kill someone, realistically, I think, is if one person gets jumped by a bunch of them. The Revenant would be really scary, because I would need... I mean, so the Revenant's a mixed bag. On one hand, if we bunch everyone up, and all of these guys jump on top of him and start smacking him with swords really fast, that is going to be a pretty significant amount of damage per second going out pretty quick. Now, downside is my time on target is going to be very brief. It's just going to be that 1 or 2 seconds that it's in there, like, well, it's probably like 10 seconds that it's in there, you know, knocking someone down, and everyone's just wailing on him with swords. And then the issue is, researching it is not going to happen. Like, it's going to be literally beating it to death while it's trying to grab people, when we're just going to have to try and hold out. Now, the good news is, melee stuns really well. And Revenants can be stunned. So that could work out okay. That's the one that's got me nervous. The Ghoul, I feel perfectly fine just throwing down to the Ghoul. Shamblers, I feel totally fine just throwing down to Shamblers. Gore Hulks, we'll ruin some Gore Hulks. So not worry about that. Devourer could be spicy. We won't deal with, like, we won't worry about the advanced ones yet. But, Flesh Beasts, I feel pretty comfortable with. We just bottleneck them and beat them up. When we get to the advanced stuff, that's where it's gonna get dodgy. Like, genuinely, when we get to, like, the pit boss, I don't feel good about the prospects of jumping down into the hole, looking for the thing that splits and it splits and it splits, and then just trying to hold our own in a melee battle that's just instantly degrading to things everywhere. Because usually you want to kind of knock that thing down at distance and then lock up the stuff up close once it's already split a bunch. I haven't ever messed with the idea of trying to melee that down, so we'll see how that would be. I'm talking myself into popping the anomaly, is what's happening right now. And I should just accept the fact that I'm going to, because I like the anomaly content. Hey! Anomaly content! Okay. So, alright, that's right next door. Boom. Sold. Go. Return trip. Accept. Alright, so this time we're going to send a lot more than last time. So we're going to say... A Night Dweller, Doppel, Jessica... Well, keep you cook, so you stay behind. You're that. Luxray. So you... Yeah, so you're... Your mom. Yeah, so we'll keep the cook... No, you're coming with us. So the only one staying behind will be Cookie and Randall Thor. Yes. Because this is potentially going to be a little bit of the dangerous situation. But you can get some pretty fun tech. We should be able to get a shard out of this, which I already do have one shard, and I don't remember what we killed something anomaly to get it. I just don't remember what it was. Probably Sight Stealers. But, we will likely get... Yeah, baby watch the fort. Randall Thor, you're in charge. You're like 7, but you know, you're in charge. Don't worry. But yeah, the reason I sent so much is some of the flesh beasts actually can do some pretty decent damage. They die super easy, but they can put out some solid damage. Thank you for not leaving Cookie in charge. Hey, Cookie knows what's up. But this way we'd keep the growing stuff going. They're going to be eating raw food, which isn't the greatest, but at least that's something. Alright, showing up at night will work in our favor, because we are melee. Alright. What is this map? Interesting. So I've got a couple of enemies up there. Nothing worth mentioning down here. So they've got a couple of doors here. So I think this is the geological landforms might be having itself a little bit of a fight with Anomaly. Alright, let's start by popping some doors, see what we can find. So there's some shards. Yeah, so clearly the whole base is in here. There's another door down there that I missed. Let's not have you wander off entirely by your own, doppelganger. We'll keep the others going here. There's another door up here. So I'm assuming this connects through in some way. Oh, the golden sword? Yeah, I said most likely what we'll probably do with the golden sword is I'll probably just throw it in the closet with the intention of using it in a pinch, because it's not bad stats, it's just not amazing stats. And then most likely it'll just kind of sit there. Or there's a very good chance I might just trade it away. Yes, there's some area back there. Would you stop trying to run around the whole way? Very clearly there's more to that place over there. We just have to watch because there is the possibility of more enemies in here. So I don't want them splitting up. Shield belt good. Heck yeah. That is the exact kind of thing I wanted to find here. I don't know who we're going to give it to yet, but we'll figure that out. We'll figure out, like, whoever is our most juiced melee pawn right now, they'll be the one to get. Like, if we got anyone who's got, like, tough or nimble or brawler, which I don't think we do, or just generally the highest melee stat otherwise. And I'm thinking that's probably it. Unless there's no room. Okay, that's probably all of it. So that's fine. So let's go ahead and reform the caravan. And do this. And accept. I was having a moment where I was like, did I do all the UI things? Alright, so items. The shard comes with us. We'll grab some of these things here. You don't care about any of the, like, random chairs and all that. We don't... Like, all the hats and all that are tainted. I'm not going to worry about the bows. Honestly, the Equa... I mean, it shows as having decent value. Alright. Give me the pemmican as well. Yeah, so we don't need the stones. We don't need the corpses. We grab 2 of the melee weapons. We'll probably literally just trade this away for pennies. Yeah, that's fine. They didn't weigh hardly, I think, so... So yeah, so I mean, we did that whole thing, and really the only things of value we got was the shard and the shield belt. But I mean, literally the shield belt is one of the best finds we can have. So if we look at our pawns, so you're at 16 melee. There is a good chance Cookie will be the one getting the shield belt. And we'll just toss Cookie, like, in the front lines because... I mean, everyone's in the front line. It's one big melee force. But in a pinch, when we got range stuff, we gotta draw the fire. Cookie steps out, takes a hit to the shield belt or two, and everyone else swarms past the moment the gap in the fire happens. Or whatever, you get the idea. When I gotta have someone who's gotta absorb a hit, Cookie takes the lead. And slowly we're actually getting okay clothes, despite not having the research to make okay clothes. Alright, sorry about that. But yeah, realistically, so do you have stone cutting? No. We're not going to have that anytime soon. That's what I'm thinking is, I haven't really tested how rough Anomaly is without a good researcher. It's not something I've ever messed with. My assumption is when it comes to studying things like the monolith or studying like where you have like the gray flesh and some of these are things, that just takes considerably longer. Which would be bad, but not that bad, because it's, you know, you study that once in a while. Alright. So we've got all that coming back. And it really doesn't matter to me who grabs the shield belt. We're just gonna go with it. Did you grab the shield belt? Is that what I saw? No, who? Oh yeah, you already had the shield. Randall Thor? Really? Come on. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad idea, Randall Thor, to be like, I'm a child, I can't take hits well, and wanting the extra layer of defense. But if anyone's gonna grab that, I don't want it to be the child who I'm gonna keep out of the fight. I'm just waiting for someone to automatically grab it, so I don't have to force grab or whatever. And I could also set up a wardrobe that says, like, hey, children are allowed to have the shield belt, which I'm not going to do because I'm okay. Oh my god. Alright, new plan. I will set up the outfits. Fine. You forced my hand. I didn't want to do it. Okay. So, clear forced. I don't even remember what I forced you to wear. Manage apparel. So we'll have anything allows anything. And then we'll just take the worker one. And honestly, that's probably fine. So, Randall Thor, congratulations. You're getting the assignment for worker. So that way you stop trying to grab the shield belt. Because someone should grab... There we go. Doppelganger's now got the shield belt. That I'm fine with. That makes sense. Meanwhile, for you, that is a normal quality steel spear, so you grab that. That is a normal quality longsword, so Sentient Cookie, you grab that. Disease muscle parasites. Thanks, I hate it. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and take this off of here. We're gonna change it to not allow steel, but it will allow bioferrite or uranium. Because uranium longswords are also pretty gnarly. Actually, I take that back. If we're gonna be doing that stuff, just bioferrite. Details, boom. So I've already got ourselves, everyone's got pretty good tech. The longswords are a little bit better than the Gladius. How much better are we talking? I don't remember. So Gladius is 11.28. And then... Oh, right, it's the people equipped with them that's gonna give me those stats. Yeah, the Gladius is 7.52. And then we go here. We'll do it this way. 7.52, 8.6. Yeah, so it's a decent chunk. It's like 15% better. Alright, so muscle parasites are the ones that take 300% cumulative... Did you give the baby got muscle parasites? That's just mean. Actually okay with it because it doesn't really hurt anything that major. But still, that's just mean. Both of the children got the muscle parasites. Alright, so how are you doing so far as your surgery success rate? Is it still 76%? 80%, okay. Because once they get high enough, we've got a bionic arm and we've got some poison fangs we're going to put in people. I also didn't see. What is your melee as I let you grab that? 13? That's fine. Alright, we still got research going. Alright, so... Again, this is probably against my better judgment. What are you upset about, by the way? Mediocre barracks. Why is the barracks mediocre? You seemed to like it before. That's fine. We're gonna need to give them their own bedrooms. I'm gonna investigate the monolith. We're gonna go ahead and activate it because I was not thinking about the fact that the bioferrite swords are amazing. The big scare is gonna be the Revenant. That'll be the hardest one. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Jessica thinks she can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines and dusty surface seem to be squirming in unsettling patterns. Jessica focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens, the shape begin to flow into Jessica's vision, but the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in her mind. The anomaly is stirring. And we're gonna go ahead and poke it. Definitely when you have like ominous demonic power kind of things, you just go up and you just start poking it as hard as you can and as aggressively as you can. That is always the correct answer. It never backfires. Need anomaly project. Right. That's why I hadn't chosen that before. It's fine. The monolith has twisted chains. Jessica was overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, she understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Jessica is convinced that she can learn more if given time to study the Monomaly. Yes, it's definitely the Monomaly now. The monolith. And so basically, it unlocked everything. Now, I am going to have to do one thing that I'm going to have to dev mode because of one of our mods. The random research, no research mod, one of the things that unfortunately happens is it does break with anomaly, but there is a workaround that's kind of janky. So we're going to go up here to the whole list of things in dev mode. I'm going to choose remove random research. Boom. And now I can go and I can choose something here. And this is something that I will have to choose the anomaly research. It doesn't work with this. I'll go back here and say random and turn back on random research. So now if we look at it, kind of the jank thing is now we're getting watermill generator in case anyone is wondering. I can see what it's researching and I can technically cancel it now, but it will still randomly choose. So it still functionally works. We just have a little bit more visibility with what I did there. Now, the thing I have to reason to why I have to do this is this will randomly choose the anomaly projects, but the mod is busted, so it will never finish an anomaly project. So you get where that's going. So I'm going to turn back off dev mode. So basically all we did is we turned it off and on again. But, so I will get to control the anomaly research because just this mod doesn't work with anomaly itself. It does work with 1.5, just not anomaly. And there's a Harbinger tree sprout. So we're going to go down here and say, hey, create the corpse zone. And I would like to change your properties to say, hey, don't allow animal corpses. Don't allow entity corpses. But human-like corpses, feel free, have a good time. And then we're going to go to the home zone here and say, no, don't put out fires, just let it go. The Monomaly. Yep. Yeah, so we are going to have some weird juggle there. Alright, so one of the things I will probably do is we are going to, once I got some spare material, we're going to put a box around that, so if whoever's researching that or whatever has, like, a panther chasing, they can run inside, close the door, and hide. We can worry about that when we get there. But right now, they will be able to do the dark research. Do we have that queued up the same? Yeah, that's all I want to make sure. I want to make sure that a Night Dweller will work on this as well. So with the research... Okay, so you still seem to get the normal amount, it just takes you longer. I'm okay with that. Honestly, that's not going to be that bad. My big fear was that it would be a multiplier based on, like, instead of getting the 0.4, that I get, like, 0.1 or something. And that could be potentially a bad time. Because you look at this, we're still going to get that pretty quick. So this does change one thing, and that one thing this does change is we're now going to be keeping Fwans, and we're going to put those friends inside the mines. That we are going to have Randall Thor dig a hole very slowly into the wall. Have you ever just forgotten to select a new research? Yes. Absolutely. Sight Stealer, Luxray, alright. I'm going to have you start dropping back in case it has friends. It's probably all by itself for the first one. We actually appear to be faster than it. And then the moment we get over here, we're going to knock it down and pretty much kill it instantly. And it is dead, so there'll be no further research of this anomaly. Okay. Sight Stealer shrieks. Okay, so we are going to have more friendos, so everyone's now in the safe zone. Now, the downside is they can just walk through here, but by keeping them all in the safe zone, that should keep people grouped up. Revenant will still be faster than you, right? So the Revenant actually has a special ability that has cooldown to it, where it effectively sprints. While it's sprinting, it will be faster than us. When the sprint drops off, we should be faster than it. Now, that said, it does last for a good couple seconds. So that's where you see, like, you're going to hit it and suddenly just, like, darts away really fast. That's what it's doing, is it's got, like, that sprint ability. So that's one of those things that if you hit it with a flare and it does that sprint away, it'll still be revealed after its sprint cooldown runs off, so that you can then catch up, chase it, and start beating on it. And you just keep an eye, like, you keep an eye on the rate the cooldown, like, the flare goes away, and tag it with another flare before it can go away. If you do that, you can literally chase it and keep the damage up onto it until the point your flares run out. You know, which usually you'll have killed it by then. Or if not killed it, you'll have messed it up so badly you can probably finish off the next time it pops up. Flares are how you kill Revenants. There's more to it, but flares are an extremely powerful tool against Revenants. You're actually mining at an okay speed. Oh yeah! I forgot, you actually had some points in mining. I'm curious what this is going to be, if there's going to be like a pocket back in here. But yeah, during the Revenant sprint, it'll definitely be faster than I am. Barring if I mess up its legs. If I mess up its legs real bad, then potentially I'd be faster, but that's going to be the trick. The good news is with Revenant, Randall Thor can jump right in there too and fight just like anyone else, because the Revenant doesn't physically fight back. It just goes up and says, "You're out of the fight." You know, and 5-10 seconds later, it runs off and that person's just downed. But the only risk of death with the Revenant is if you don't have someone who can take care of the people who are downed, or if everyone gets downed. Which is the danger. It's a game of seeing if you can take it out before it slowly, whittles you down. Yes, we are still pulling the steel. So let's cancel mining that steel over here. Because what I want to do is I want to plan out Sight Stealer revealed right here at the door, which is perfect. Get him. There should be probably more than one. So let's run over towards the gap in here. Alright. So I'm very confident that our people can hold our own against the Revenants. Or not the Revenants, the Sight Stealer. Where did you get in that you were over there? So they're definitely going to need invisibility detection. Where did you get in? It must have come in here, like, gone after someone, and then as I moved around. So the downside is, I don't really have a place I can keep those where they won't just get back up and escape again. It could be that there's just the two. So you're both dead? Yeah. Let's see if I can disable one. Oh, I disabled that one a little too hard. Let's try that again for science. Because if we get lucky and we can get like broken spine or something like that, you can permanently disable it and then it can never escape. No. And left radius, that's getting there. Left leg is cut off. All right, if we follow that up with a right leg, we're gonna kill it. But if we catch the right leg, it's dead. I was gonna say, if you catch the left and the right leg, that'd be the same outcome. It'd be no longer. All right, we've got another one. Yeah, I'm not too worried. Like I said, unless they all swarm one person, we should be fine. So what's probably happening is the Revenants are moving around, or not Revenants, the Sightseers are moving around out here, and occasionally one's finding its way in. So we're just gonna have to worry about that. The big thing is that Randall Thor doesn't get caught. Randall Thor might even still be able to fight against it, but that's a much higher risk. Oh yeah, you're dealing with muscle parasites too. That's fine. The poor baby having muscle parasites is so cruel. But yeah, so definitely want to put like an invisibility detection over here somewhere, over there somewhere, and then down here. Like anywhere we've got a door, because then you can get a warning when the Revenant's on its way. You'd be like, oh, we have invisibility detection by one of our doors. Drop everyone back into one spot so you can get as much damage in as fast as possible. Like what I would probably do is say I got a nice long warning that the Revenant's over here, we'd run everyone back into this area and probably drop back here and just start wailing on it, closing the door behind us to hopefully catch it to get a couple more hits in. And if we got really, really lucky, we might be able to stun it. Okay, I'm gonna unrestrict people. There's a chance there's more of them out there, but I would guess they would start finding their way to us now. All right, the very last Sardine. You have yourself a nice lurk. Okay, so Luxray is being hunted. Let's try and group everyone up. I'm gonna hold that door open for a moment so that the cougar does follow us. Hey, cougar. You're about to have a bad time. Opening hit. Took off the right leg. And it's dead. Sorted. So what I can also do... Where did that Harbinger tree grow? There it is. We can also go here to this zone. So expand it. Zone home. Don't do that. So storage. You can say entity. So you, and you are fine. But undiscovered, no. Basically, I just want to make sure when we have the unnatural corpse, they don't toss it under there. And meanwhile, I can go to you and say, don't toss those corpses up here. We already have don't allow rotten, which is fine. They just don't have a place to take it. Alright, so what I wanted to do, where I was doing when that whole thing started, is I want to pop down in here. I think 5x4 will be perfectly fine for our containment rooms. I'll put 8 of them down here for now. And so for right now, I'm going to have just the one side to them, but later on we'll expand them to have the bigger doors. But yeah, that'll be where we seal all the dangerous things in the mountain. Now, granted, I don't really like putting it this close to the outside. It could get targeted. In fact, I think I'll probably even... Well, no, if I close that off just the way it is now, that'll be a problem. But we'll probably want to put extra walls there so they don't just go and run in and free stuff. It probably... Honestly, by the time we get breacher raids willing to do that kind of stuff, we'll probably be fine anyways. Yep, so we're going to start feeding the trees. Alright, so pretty soon is going to be the end of our grow season. I don't have as much food as I'd like set aside, but it's also not a bad amount. Yes, there's a steel gladius. We're fine with that. Alright, we got the shaman merchant, which could have some exotic stuff for us. And we're making good progress on our, Yeah, so it seems like, honestly, the amount of intellect you have for, Anomaly isn't really that big a deal, which is probably good, because if it was tied to that, you could very easily have, you know, a colony that just, the wrong event happens, you're just like, well, you know, rip me. Alright, so let's see, we've already got our bionics, we'll be messing with that when I have a little bit more. We get the bioferrite. I could trade for that right now to make some part of a sword, but I'm going to just wait and we'll get it from the enemies. So honestly, they don't have much I want. How good is caribou for... So you do give us milk, but you don't give us, like, wool or anything useful like that. And meat-wise, you're pretty mediocre to bad. So we'll just probably take the money, I think. Yeah, I'll take the money. Alright, how are we doing on our medical skill? Yeah, so we are at 10. The good news with them treating everyone, there is a good chance we'll be able to get that medical skill up to maybe 11 and see if we can get it to have a high enough odds that we don't have to worry about, like, really failing. Alright, so we're going to have a wood door out here. But once we get inside, I am going to want to make these doors out of probably uranium. If we can. I really need more uranium. Usually that's not a problem. I either find it on the map or we end up with a quest or two giving it to us. Like, the game gives you uranium from time to time, and it's just, you only have a handful of uses for it. It's good stuff. I like to use uranium normally primarily to line my containment rooms, but in this particular case, I have other things I need it for. Oh, that's true. I mean, we're already mining it, it's fine. I was gonna say, if I'm lining these rooms up, I'm gonna be just mining that out. It's almost like this would be a standalone spot. It's fine. But what I'd do is I'd probably replace the in-between walls of the uranium first, that way both rooms get the bonus, and then slowly work around till this whole area is uraniumed. Because we can make the weapons out of bioferrite. It's honestly not a... All things considered, making the walls out of bioferrite probably wouldn't be the worst either. It's super flammable, which is its negative. But the odds of someone running into here to destroy it by burning it are not high. And then also, if they light the whole place on fire, there's a plenty good chance it will also light the entities trapped within on fire. So, you know, it might just kill Sight Stealers and Devourers and stuff like that pretty quick. Don't know, I've never actually, I've never had them burn down my containment. I've only had them run in and start smashing tables and letting all the horrible things out. Frickin' water mill generator. Was that our third research? We had the toxifier generator, the electricity. I mean, not in that order, obviously. So we had electricity, toxifier, smithing, then long blades were our actual research. These four were books, and then it went for water wheel, which water wheel doesn't work on this map. And I could use the toxifier generator, but then I'm producing pollution, and that becomes a whole thing where, do I deliberately use the pollution as a means of drawing in raids to basically train combat on and get stuff to trade, or what? Climate adjuster. No, that's for a pawn. Ooh, please don't social fight. Why are you social fighting? Who did what? Who deserves that? Senjin Cookie insulted Jess's age and drove her. How old are you? Oh, come on. A 22-year-old being like, "Oh, you're so 30. You're past your prime." Oh. That's right. Senjin Cookie deserved that hit. Ultimately won the fight because Senjin Cookie's wearing body armor, but you know, it was more on principle. And another baby is on its way. Why are you starving when there's food? Oh, right. Because that's just, in the way RimWorld works, it's like, fed the baby, instant starvation, get more food right now. Almost every time. Is no one gonna treat you? I mean, it's fine, it's just bruises and you heal super fast, but still. Alright, for right now, cancel mining that as well. Oh, we can also go down here, expand, safe. All of this area in here we'll consider safe for the purposes of what we're doing. Is it not sure why, but tabs start to lag if stream has been going for a while? Well, I know Google Chrome has a memory leak. Like, that's been kind of a known thing for a long time. It's kind of one of those things, it's not that I expect Google Chrome as a browser to ever go away on a meaningful capacity, but like the days of Google Chrome being a really, really top tier browser, it's fine. It's not the, like, it was a whole thing back in the browser war days where it was like Internet Explorer was like the de facto that had been around forever. Oh, you're dropping right the heck there. Well, let's get ready for this. Okay, so Senjin Cookie, you go here. A Night Dweller, you go there. A Luxray, go here, actually. How injured are you? You're perfectly fine. Get in here for this one. And then you just try and get in here to help out where you can. But yeah, so it's like I was just like the one that was around at the time. And genuinely, it was not good. And then you had Firefox came in and disrupted things, which was great. Okay, do we have anyone who is particularly outstandingly dangerous? 3, 1, 2, 8, you. Alright, so you get in and help Senjin Cookie against the one. I'm glad our person wearing the really good armor was the one who happened to get the hardest of the targets. Alright, nicely done. So let's look at our equipment here. Yeah, strip you. And your equipment. That's kind of garbo. You died. You died. Alright. But yeah, so as well as things that, like, you know, Internet Explorer was the one that was around. Like, there was other ones back then. Like, there was Netscape Navigator and that kind of thing. But really, to Microsoft's credit, at the time, Internet Explorer had kind of taken a strong lead in a lot of the stuff there. And there's certainly arguments to make it's because they kind of bought market share by just bundling it and yada yada. There's all that stuff. But IE was kind of the one there. People weren't happy with it, but it was kind of the one you got to choose. Like, it was what was available. There were other options, but for the most part, they were leagues behind. And then Firefox got introduced to the scene and blew up, and like most of your tech-savvy friends all switched over to Firefox, and then people followed them, and then after a while, Google Chrome showed up, and like, ghoul attacking. That's fine. Ooh, you actually... Okay. So you're actually a bit of a tough one, but that's fine. We can deal with you when you get here. But yeah, so, you know, it's as well as things that, like, IE with the lack of real competition languished. There was no reason for people to invest in making it better. So we're gonna let the ghoul slowly run up here while we recover. Let's get everyone in position. How hurt are you? You're fine. Because that actually had some pretty high melee skill. But what's happened over the years, though, is Chrome took a very strong lead, and we got, you know, Safari picked up a little bit and stuff like that. Alright, actually, I'm gonna need you to keep hitting that ghoul. It does have ghoul regeneration. Those will come back over time. So I have technically taken off both of its legs. But it is a ghoul, so it will come back. But do you still use Firefox? You prefer it over Safari? I mean, I would be more concerned if you preferred Safari over literally anything. Including Internet Explorer / Edge. Because Safari's pretty awful. From the dev side, Safari's pretty awful. Like, these days, whether you use Firefox, Chrome, or Edge, you're kind of in the same ballpark. They all have their pros and cons. I personally dislike Chrome the most as a user. And then as a dev, I don't like half of what Google's doing when it comes to Chrome, because they, for like the HTML standard, Google be like, boom, we have this new tag, it's part of the standard, and everyone else involved with making the agreements and standards like, that's not how it works, Google. We all collectively decide on what goes into it. It's like, no, it's part of the standard now. Here's the new tests. If it doesn't go in there, it's not part of the standard. Like, no, that it's not officially part of the standard. You can propose it and we could choose to accept it and all that, but you don't just unilaterally say it's part of the standard now. That's not how any of this works. And you'll have all these websites that be like, oh, you don't support that Google tag. It's like, right, it's not part of the standard. Literally, it's proprietary Google tech that they're trying to shove into the standard. I don't know if that's still happening, but that's been a thing for like 10 years. And it was just like, at half the time the tags they come up with was junk we didn't need. But it was the whole thing that they were trying to make it look like everyone else was not compliant with the standard. And they're like, well, no, you're making up a standard that doesn't... Like, literally, there's an alliance of, like, 6 of you who got together and said, we all agree on what the standard is. You can't just shove stuff in. And they're like, they're all adding stuff to it, but it's, hey, we have this problem, this use case, how do we solve it? Okay, well, we can make this tag that does this, here's a proposal. Well, we think this should be working, or that, no, that's a good idea. And, like, they'll do all that. And then Google's like, nope, there's a tag. It's in here. And you're like, no, it's not. And so I'm really salty as a developer that people are like, no, your website isn't HTML5 or HTML6 or whatever compliant. And you're like, oh, you're expecting me to support this tag that isn't officially part of the spec. Thanks, man. I'm not going to do that. Like, once it's part of the spec, we can talk. But what that means is it's going to work on Chrome and nothing else. I'm not adding it. I would say is you use Edge mostly because you become used to it as its mandatory browser for work, but still, Chrome, there's some sites like Imager that don't work for your Edge. Yeah, no, there's definitely that problem. Almost all the major browsers use Chromium rendering engine under the hood nowadays, which is a reason why you find very, very few edge case browsers that don't work, or very, very few edge cases that don't work. And most of them, it's because they have things from way back when they had to render it differently on all of them, that it still like has a separate version it loads depending on the browser. Not always. Let's see. Edge uses Bing as its primary search functionality, and it's laden with ads. Compared to what, Silvarix? If you're comparing it to Silvarix, if you're comparing it to Chrome, Google, I actually find Google harder to use than Bing nowadays. Now, don't get me wrong, compared to stuff like DuckDuckGo and all those other ones, yeah, sure, you've got a point. But I find Google search to be almost unusable these days. Don't get me wrong, Bing is also rough. Again, comparing to the third-party ones like DuckDuckGo. But all the big search engines are pretty awful. Half the time I pull up a Google search, it'll be here's the ads in the top, here's the sponsored link, here's the next thing, and then you're down on the bottom of the page, you get 3 results that are the actual results of your search, and then you go to the next tab. And to be fair, Bing does the same crap. And both of them are putting AI junk on the top. It's you had some niche problem with any Chromium-based browser. Firefox is your base. Yeah, so Firefox does have its own rendering stuff under the hood. And it's pretty tried and true. Firefox, like I said, if you're using Firefox, if you're using Chrome, or you're using Edge, you're fine. And if you're using Opera, that's fine. I actually don't remember what Opera is using under its hood anymore for rendering. I don't remember. I feel like they switched over to Chromium as well with Opera GX. But I'm not confident on that one. Because I mean, Opera was you didn't need, as a developer, you just didn't give a crap about Opera at all. For the longest time, because it was oh, I have an Opera user? Really? We have one of those? Okay. I've got, literally millions of people hitting my website, but we have a singular Opera user? That's impressive. Opera GX is Chromium. You don't know about standard Opera? Yeah, I mean, these days, Opera GX is, if you're using it, you're using Opera GX. Like I said, it was literally a meme that someone would access your website with Opera. You're like, holy crap, they're still out there? Oh, we're going to make sure this thing works with it? No. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not putting the time in because... Oh, your mood can't drop below 25? Yeah, you're gone. Forget it. There was just no reason. Yandex search? I have no idea what Yandex search is. I've never heard of that before. So you only use Edge because you click something and turned off all the audio from Twitch or YouTube on Firefox? Oh, that's probably if you go into the application settings. So if you go down to so I could see it being if you go down to the little speaker icon, you can go and get a list of all your application, what audio devices they're doing. I could see that potentially, something on YouTube or something on Firefox got switched over. There might also be something in Firefox's own settings for setting your audio devices. My guess is that got switched. Granted, obviously that's just a guess. But that's usually the kind of stuff you run into with that kind of thing, where one thing's audio goes weird. It's either gone into the Windows or, OS X or Linux, whatever your operating system is, and you've changed the device for that, or the audio device for that application in your operating system, or that application has its own settings built within it. But yeah, no, Firefox is fine. That's kind of the thing. Back in the day, there was some major merit with the browser wars, because you had one that, you had one that for example just wasn't. They had their own standard that no one else was adhering to. You had one that was just a dumpster fire for memory consumption, and then you had one that was doing all sorts of stuff that may not be the most comfortable in the background. And it was just kind of one of those things that it was always hard to make the decision. Alright, so uranium door. So we can get the highest strength door possible. And this actually works out well that we have steel on this. If we don't mine the steel out from the edge there, they'll have way, way more strength than the stone will. So like, for example, limestone, I think it's marble. So that's 700, that steel's 1500. And so when it comes to the containment of whatever's in there, it is the average of the walls, the door, and then there's some other things that go in there. Which is why I was like, yeah, I'll probably replace these walls with uranium. Actually, what was the uranium's wall strength? 750. Honestly, with limestone, I probably won't replace it. I thought it was marble, and marble's only like 4 or 500 or something like that. But honestly, 700, tearing down the wall to shove back a wall for like 50 extra, probably not worth it. I could use that uranium for other things at that. I just looked at this and saw the colors like, yeah, marble. But yeah, so my point was more, back in the day, there was like some very strong differences in the browsers. But you look at, you know, Opera GX is Chromium, Edge is Chromium, Chrome is Chromium, Firefox is its own thing, and all that. Let's see, does smoothing the wall add any hardness, or does it make it look better? So, smoothing the wall doesn't change the strength of the wall in any way, but it lets you repair the wall. So if this wall took a shot at some point and lost 50 health, I can't repair it until I smooth it. So generally I will smooth the walls out because, you know, stuff's gonna happen. Sooner or later, something's gonna do damage to the wall, and it's really easy to not notice that a wall has taken a couple of hits over the time if you don't repair it. And then suddenly, like, you have a wall that's in bad shape letting stuff out. Are you really out of wood again? I mean, I guess we are running a smithy and a stove and a whole bunch of stuff. Transport pod crash. Okay, so let's see what you got going on. So we don't get to keep this person, but are those clothes nice? Oh, would you look at that? It is really unfortunate, really unfortunate that you... Look, here, buddy, I'll help you out. I mean, you're laying down in this tile, and you're wearing all those clothes. I mean, you really don't... I mean, you're bleeding all over them. You really probably don't want to bleed all over those nice clothes. Here, we'll help you out. We'll get those back home, get them all ready to be cleaned up. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. We don't even charge money for this. We do have a policy, though, that if you do pass away, we get to keep them. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, so we're just chopping all these trees down to get some more wood to run our stove and everything. Ah, would you look at that? Didn't make it. Oh well. Our clothes now. My luck would have been something silly, like I hadn't noticed he had, you know, the cultist thing where they resurrect, or just by chance the bleed settles down enough he recovers. I've had that where people crash pod land and they get up and they walk off the town. You're like, okay, man, I can just not help you. It's fine. You got it. And slowly but surely, you're actually getting a little bit of mining. We'll get there. Doppelgangers are a construction person, by the way. They just... I always have it so the construction person can do mining in a pinch because of how often construction is delayed by mining. So I always find it worth taking the time to give them both. Now, if I get the chance, I would rather have someone dedicated to mining as well. Combat supplier. Alright, buddy. Let me see that Zeus. I don't think you have a Zeus hammer. Let me see a Zeus hammer. I could also settle for a monoblade. Alright, so first I would like you to take all my poor quality weapons that I've got laying around everywhere. We'll actually give you the Seal Gladius as well. Plasma Sword is always a bad time. It works so well, and it's also so terrible. Because you'll fight and you'll immediately light someone on fire, and it's good. I wonder how well the plasma sword works against the Revenant. I've never actually thought to try that. This isn't really what I was hoping for. What are your stats again? So you're only 7.85 damage, 30 armor penetration, which isn't really, honestly, that's really not that good. Its big bonus is it starts fires, which, like I said, it could be interesting for something like a Revenant, but then everything's on fire. And it's always been one of those things that really just, like, the idea is interesting, but in practice has not worked out for me. So yeah. I think we're honestly just gonna take the money and just leave it at that. They do have good armor. I was actually double checking to make sure they didn't have just shield belt down there. Like, they do have, like, you know, a couple of goodies here, but I don't think I'm gonna buy the armor, because that'll just wear out, and then that's a lot of wealth gone. Which is bad when enemies break collision. Exactly. Like, it's really a bummer. I do feel like they should revisit the plasma sword to make it better. Because right now, it feels like one of those weapons you get, and you're almost like, man, do I really want to use this? Like, this thing is as much liability as it is strong. Because, like, you'll get into a fight, and you'll get drawn into your farm, and you'll end up hitting an enemy with a plasma sword, starting a fire, and you're like, well, I can't deal with this right now. And then half your field is burning, and it's your own fault. Which means you just don't do it, but it makes you have to pick your locations based on fire. Or you'll have that situation where you've got a kill box like this where the ranged enemies don't... well, it's not a kill box. Where, you know, not many ranged people will stop. But it lights the fire, so suddenly all your people run out and they start smashing holes in your wall because they can't path to you. Give it to a pyro, let them be happier. I don't actually have anyone who's a pyromaniac right now. I don't go out of my way to avoid them. Actually, I know there's people who really hate the pyro trait. For me, personally, it's not that it's like free trade or whatever. I see it as just really not a big deal. For me, the pyromaniac is not like... It can be dangerous, certainly, like bad timing and all that, but generally I only worry about if I have a lot of people who cannot put out fires or something like that, where it's like, oh, I have too many people, that's a problem for this. Alright, so we got the bioferrite extraction. We're doing pretty good on entity containment. So once we get that, we can put it in here. We can start working on studying entities and all that, and bioferrite extracting them. Get ourselves some really nice bioferrite swords to try and give ourselves every bit of edge we can for doing damage to targets. I am a little worried if our colony starts to grow because we're ending up having so many kids. I'm a little worried if our colony starts getting up to like 18, 20 melee juiced pawns and just going, okay, but really, how do we handle these large scale fights with this many melee pawns when the enemy's gonna be throwing like 50 range stuff or 50 melee pawns at us and like navigating that? That's gonna be tricky stuff just by the sheer numbers. Because, like, right now I have this. You can see where I started to plan out where I could have, like, a two-pronged point where I could, you know, have one person fighting this way and that way. Try to have... Like, I'll probably put, like, an actual wall here or whatever. So, like, if an imp tries to breathe fire across, it doesn't just burn the other group. That way I could have more than one set coming through there at a time. And how are you doing on your studies? Alright, so your learning isn't as good as I'd like it. Yeah, I think a big part of that is he wants to do the stuff where he runs around outside. Oh, muscle parasites, like, about to say, it's like, what? So it's time to start refueling that fire. because we're going to end up having to deal with hypothermia otherwise. The good news is this time we actually do have a little bit of stuff going. What are you wearing that... You're just wearing a hat. We have kids' tribal wear. Why are you not... Okay. Alright, so the baby finally doesn't have muscle parasites, so at least its existence isn't misery anymore. Born into this world, and existence is pain. Time for some Dwarf Fortress-style column wall corridors. I never got into Dwarf Fortress much to really learn that. I'm assuming that's just a hallway where you have like a bunch of columns along it. I'm guessing they have like art to them or something that gives them a benefit. Alright, so we've almost got that room sorted. Pretty soon we'll get the containment handled, and then we can actually properly contain stuff in the spooky basement, as it were. Just the treadmill of babies. Oh, we can add furniture, marble. We can add another chalkboard to boost that farther. Oh yeah, there's our hoopstone. Alright. And I forgot, we actually got complex furniture, we just haven't bothered building shelves because I haven't had enough stuff to make it worthwhile. I've been trying to wait till we get the ability to cut brick. Yeah, so you want to watch work and all that. It's going to take a while before Randall Thor can mine at a speed that's not bad for Randall Thor. Because of the speed going that slow, Randall Thor gets stuck mining on a wall until they start starving and all that. Because RimWorld has it where they will, once they finish a task, will go back and, you know, sleep, get food and all that. But it's pretty bad that when they start a task, they will just stay on it even if they literally starve to death. I break up line of sight with a real messed up hallway with lots of diagonals. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, so once you mine that, we'll start smoothing out all the walls in the first room. Get that all sorted out. Until we can turn around and get a little bit more going. You have tattered apparel on Luxray. I mean, it's a parka, so that's going to help you deal with the cold, so I'm willing to ignore that for right now. We didn't force wear that, it's just they've chosen to wear it. There we go, another chalkboard, because you can have up to 3 chalkboards to 1 desk. Pollution dump. No, I'm good on this one. The plastile's nice and all. Hey, go mine that one instead. The plastile's nice and all, but I don't feel like I need to do that for that. Like, if they would have given me a big old pile of uranium or something else like that, that's a different story. I would have. Monolith study progress. A night dweller has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. She believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. However, she is unsure where or what it connects to. A night dweller is convinced that with studying more anomalous entities, she can find her way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. Yeah, so we're getting 0.5 per round. So yeah, 1 or 2 more times should get us the containment sorted. And once I get containment sorted, then I can plunk down the containment bench on there. And anything we catch, you can bio-extract, bioferrite. And use that as a way to train just a little bit of medical constantly. as well as get a source of bioferrite so we can start making bioferrite helmets and bioferrite swords and all that good stuff. We'll want to get electricity for bioferrite shaping so we can get the flares. It'll be interesting using the flares as a thing to let me run in on enemies, because you usually only do that when it comes to the revenants. Like where you flare it and you run to it to get in position to start blasting it. Whereas most other enemies, you still have your like defensive position, and you'll like the things start moving into like your kill box or your defensive line or whatever it is, and you'd hit it with a flare to stun everything as much as possible that isn't you, to just basically reduce the number of hits coming your way and put more hits going their way just in general. Alright, so that'll be the first room done. Hopefully get you through the muscle parasite soon. Yeah, so you got 38% more. So one even okay 10 will be enough to put an end to the muscle parasites. And done. Muscle parasites are gone. How are you doing on that medical? You at 11 yet? No. Probably not going to see it soon. So does anyone else have an arm injury at all? No. So I think what we're going to do here is health, operations, add install venom fangs. There are no medical beds. Well, go lay down in a normal bed and we'll figure it out. Once I have some bricks and all that, or even just a surplus of wood after the winter is done, we can worry about that. Because she should go to sleep in her regular bed, and then when that happens, we can do the surgery. Because it should be an 80% chance of success or something like that. And I think that's about the best we're going to get for now. And then we decide if, like, I'm kind of tempted to wait till someone takes an injury to their arm. Like, right now, a Night Dweller does have the injury to the arm. You learn that Sanguiphage with Venom Fangs poison people they feed upon? Oh, that's interesting that they actually took the time to do that. I mean, it makes sense. But, that's an interesting thing. Because I want to say the poison is toxic buildup, if I remember correctly. So I always found it to be not the most powerful thing, but... Alright, Night Dweller, you have fun doing your things. I appreciate you hanging out and all that good stuff. Alright, so unfortunately, I'm out of good... Well, actually, I can make the door out of marble. That's not... It's not the greatest, but it'll be stronger than wood would be. We'll definitely want to replace that. Alright, meanwhile... I'm gonna queue up to smooth that out. Because I can also put down, there's like bioferrite flooring. I haven't done it many times, but it does increase your containment a little bit, like just a couple of points. Which is why you don't bother, it's just, it takes a lot of time, it's costly, and it's a very nuanced improvement. But, surgery failed, what? Okay. Alright, you're fine. So there was an 80% chance of success, and we failed. I was just worried that she was going to be missing her jaw or something like that, and I have like a serious problem then. Well, not a serious problem, but an annoying problem. That'll go well. Okay, and we will say operations Right arm, a doppel. I'm gonna go for it. It's still an 80% chance, still a 4 out of 5 chance of success. And if I just leave them there, someone's gonna eventually tantrum and destroy it. Just don't lob off their arm and then fail to put the new one on. Alright, well, we wait like 2 80% chances and we failed both of them. The good news is neither of them took a like we didn't accidentally like maim either of them. We just hurt them. But on the plus side, we got ourselves almost 6,000 XP on medical. So I mean, it wasn't worth it. That definitely wasted two rather expensive things. But they were just ballooning our wealth, and it was sitting on them. And ultimately, no matter what, I was going to gamble with it. It is going to be so long before we got another one. And then waiting for, like, my luck is what would happen is the other person who can medical be the one who gets inspired medical, which doesn't guarantee it. It just gives you really good odds. And so it was kind of those things like, let's just do it. Let's be done with it. Mad Ibexes. Okay, how many of them? 5? 7? Alright, we can live with that. And you're already fully healed. So we got 2 people who are anesthetically woozy. Cedric Cookie has the baby. Alright, so go bunch over here real fast. Oh, right. You can't go through there. Alright. Hey, buddy. I got you, man. I'm sorry. I thought you could get through the door. That's on me. Okay, well, we can't close the door. The body just dropped there. So the other 5 are down here. It's the same plan, that door. Can I have the door, please? Nope, I guess not. Oh, did you figure it out? You did figure it out. Okay, that's fine. Back to where you were. It looks like they figured out how to path around. Starvation on Sentient Cookie. You go and get out of here. The others can handle this. Timeless One has showed up, and Draconic Dork, the newborn baby, has malaria. So a night dweller, it's on you to go deal with it. Hey, don't. Very first thing you're doing is prioritize tending that baby. In fact, let's not take our chances. We're gonna open up with Glitter World. That's probably a waste, but I can't tell you the number of times I've lost people to disease while I have Glitter World sitting there because I waited too long is entirely too many. Alright, the last one's on their way, and the Timeless One is here. Oh yeah, you're the one who can turn an enemy into a goopy flesh monster. Alright, and with that we have defeated all the Ibex. We can't quite close the door because it's blocked by a giant pile of Ibex. Okay, meanwhile, we'll go to health. Drop that back to industry, and we'll wait to see how that works out. And I don't believe we can preach health a baby. Food binge. We definitely can't while we're having a mental break. And we're having a party. The children are like, it's party time. What are you doing? Oh, you're attending the party, apparently. I also like how Randall is apparently attending the party right now, but is actually in the other room drawing stuff. Alright, so the party is finished. So let's grab all of you and run down here. Because I've had the person, when I tell them to sod off a number of times, they have immediately responded by trying to murder me. Okay, so they're just leaving disappointed we just took a mood penalty because we told them, you know, to go away. But it's only 3, so I'm not worried about it. Okay, so what I wanted to... Oh, I can't test it. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly... Yeah, so babies don't consider, like, having an ideology, so you can't preach health them. But that's fine. So you've got a 10% lead, so we'll let you do a regular tend next. And if it is anything less than really strong lead after that, we'll go back to it. Forced weather for pay, you could give me... Alright, so you're going to just give me forced weather. We can get the explosive traps. I don't actually care about the explosive traps, but getting the explosive traps here, the book I mean, will make it so that we can get that research without having to... you know, get lucky and get that knocked out. So that'll be a big win for us. And meanwhile, for all of you, we can trade with the caravan as it rolls through. Don't hold that door open. Don't hold that door open. Okay, so let's see here. We want to keep those 2. The others are mostly fine. Do you not? Okay, you're a combat caravan who doesn't really have combat goods. That's fine. You got grizzly bears. I mean, that's kind of cool, but not really what I'm looking for right now. I don't really have a good way to keep them fed, so I'm going to not mess with them, actually. Why is there an untreated baby laying here? A night dweller. Yeah. So, babies don't have an ideology because obviously they don't understand. So that's a 38% tend. So the question is, we're at about a 30... So we're about a 7% gap between the disease and the immunity with our 130% tend. So we've got about a... Oh yeah, so it's like a 9% lead, give or take. Is that right? No, it's a 9 or 19. Am I being terrible? I think it's 19. Yeah, it's like 19. So yeah, we'll watch, and if it's done, and if it falls behind by more than like 1%, we might just glitter world it, which is going to be massive overkill. But like I said, the number of times I've lost colonists to disease because, like, you did your first 10 and it was pretty good. You did your second 10, you're like, okay, I got like a 6 or 7% lead, we're good. And then you have like a 0% 10 and then they die and you're just like, thanks, game. Or like something else goes horrifically wrong. Yeah, no, it looks like we're getting a stronger lead because it looks like we're up to 10%. So it looks like 38% is still enough for us to win against the disease. So yeah, we should be fine. Medical treatment needed. It's malaria. We're only having the best doctor deal with this. I'm down to let the other doctor train when it's not malaria. Or if we're at like a 30% lead, then yeah, because even if it gets a 0% 10, we still pull through. But there's definitely times for, like, having the person who's just got, like, their basic first aid training and nothing more. They're like, yeah, no, this is exactly the kind of thing I want you to work on. And then it's like, brain surgery. No, you sit back down. This is not learning time. That should be about 120 worth of marble there, so we'll use up all our marble to build those shelves. And the doors are all closed now, so we're good there. We do have a bunch of their corpses out here to be butchered. That's fine. They're frozen. It's cold enough. We'll work at getting that room done. Once we get the containment done, which is literally the next time we research it, we'll go ahead and get our pad down in the first room. And then the next time an anomaly event happens that something doesn't get murdered immediately, we can drag it in here. Oh, I waited too long. We're going to lose all of it. Well, maybe not all of it, but most of it. But it might be able to, you know, scrape by a little bit. It's fine. We've got about 3,000 in storage. That should be plenty. Honestly, whoever wants to take it can take it. It's a 27% lead. I'm willing to bet a 0% 10 back-to-back. It would still be fine. Yep, and you're on it. Let's see how you do. You're not as good as a doctor. It's just malaria, not like no pressure. 30%. Honestly, that's not bad. Considering a really good doctor the first time was 38%. That's not bad. Shoot Frenzy on Luxray. And we're still working on that stupid watermill. Because like I said, no, don't social fight each other. You're very dangerous melee pawns. I don't want you social fighting each other. You genuinely have a good chance of seriously hurting one another. Like, you get a good solid throat punch or something and it's over. Void curiosity, don't care. It's basically saying, hey, if you poke the monolith, it'll bring new stuff. I'm like, nah, that's fine. We'll take it as it comes. Like, I'm not going out of my way to go hardcore into the anomaly side. Like, we've got it active, which means you will get a lot of anomaly content, but I don't need to be... Like, if you're going to try and do an anomaly victory, it's worth taking the time to anomaly... Like, provoke the anomaly, because you can get through all of this pretty quickly. I honestly think that's probably a big part of why when I first started doing anomaly, and I was just going hard at it, I found a lot of success. Was counter to a lot of stuff. I didn't spend nearly as much time on like the slow preparation and planning and getting ready and all that. And instead just, okay, research the next thing, research the next thing. Oh, we're not actively dying. Go hit the button for the next one. Alright, so you're gonna get through your malaria. Poor Draconic, they're a baby who's been around this world for less than a year, and they've had muscle parasites and they've had malaria. I'm learning that very clearly Cassie does not like children. Because only children have suffered diseases in this run so far. They need to not cut down this area. Nope, I literally pushing the wrong button immediately after saying that. All right. Yeah, I'm doing that because this is starting to fill up. Now, downside is once I built that, we can only make the shelves out of wood, which I'll do in a pinch, but then this whole room becomes begging for fire. All right, and that'll be containment, the next tick. Bioferrite Harvester. We already have the Bioferrite. Alright, so we don't actually have reliable power yet. So all of these we've got to worry about. So we'll go for the Bioferrite Harvester next. And then after that we'll go for the Bioferrite Shaping, then the Flare Pack, then the Proximity Sensors. And then from there I don't really care what we go after next. But if we get lucky, we'll be able to get some power going on. If we can get... Oh, for the advanced research? Ah, so we gotta get the electro harvester. So, ooh. Alright. Because I really like the bioferrite generators. I have genuinely found the bioferrite generators to be my favorite power source. Because once you start keeping some anomalies, sure, it eats into your bioferrite supply pretty heavily, but they give you a pretty obnoxious amount of power for what is otherwise not particularly costly to deal with. You just gotta keep scary things in your basement and peel their bone bits off and feed it into the generator. It's fine. It's only weird if you think about it too much. So meanwhile, anomaly... The holding platform, we'll get that put in here. Yes, we've already got you set to start making them out of bioferrite. You'll start adding to make the helmets out of bioferrite if we've got spare. We're definitely going to be using a lot of bioferrite to augment ourselves. I wonder how good bioferrite plate armor is. I've never looked at that. If you can make bioferrite plate armor. I would assume you can, because bioferrite does seem to step in like pretty much anywhere you can use steel, other than like power lines or whatever. But like for equipment, you can pretty much use it where you'd use steel pretty fine. Start making my buildings out of bioferrite out of desperation as we wait for stone cutting. That way my whole base can burn even easier than wood. Alright, I got a shooting frenzy. Alright. Now, not much longer till winter's done. We're getting our shelves sorted out so our ground floor is getting a little not awful. I am noticing... I'm going to just take apart the turret. We've had a bunch of people come through and it hasn't shown up on trade. I haven't tried to sell a sentry gun before. Like, usually when I get them, I plop them down and use them for myself, but we can't because of our ideology. So I'll probably get some steel, some components. Maybe the barrel. Because I could definitely see making the mortar if we get the barrel out of it. It didn't give us much worthwhile. That's fine. It was just wealth that was sitting there doing absolutely nothing, so I'd rather take it apart and get something for it. Alright. I still don't get why you're not wearing... We've got a children's tribal wear in here somewhere. Probably on these shelves. And yet, absolutely just not wearing any of it. Okay, so one plan, so storage, clear, weapons, clear, apparel. Do not allow tainted. Because basically I'm going to make one shelf for weapons, one shelf for apparel, and we can start trying to sort that out. Like, we'll end up mixing it up a little bit. I'll probably later on make a dedicated armory room that has, like, any clothing or armor plus weapons. We don't have that luxury right now. I really don't want to build my entire base out of wood, but I really can't count on getting more stuff, and we're at that point where once we have people age up, I'm going to need to have more bedrooms. So furniture. So that'll be the next bedroom, and we can also go in here and say orders. And I'll just go ahead and queue up to smooth the floor there as well. We'll start getting these little, like, little bedroom kind of system set up. Get that all sorted out. And then once we get those starting to get built, we can worry about what's next. Because what I'll do is I want to retire that barracks. And I definitely want to go and put a hospital up here somewhere. But little by little, like right now, it's just... We're going to run into a problem once Draconic ages up. That I don't believe... Let's see, that's 6 beds. Yeah, that'll literally be our last... No. We won't have enough beds. We'll be short a bed. And I can try shoving another sleeping bag in here. But very genuinely, we're probably at the point that we really should have people starting to separate out. Alright, and they left me a child's helmet. Don't tell me how to live my life and take care of my colony. They're like, all of you have military... Like, all you have helmets to protect your head, and you didn't give one to the kid? Look, man, don't judge me. Also, thank you for the helmet. I didn't want them getting in the fight in the first place. I don't think we have... Yeah, and we were going to build some walls out and about, but first we need to deal with the housing at home. The downside of this is when it comes to this, we're gonna have to get clothing that is enough that we can just stay in there without having to like heat every room and all that. We might get to that eventually, but that's gonna be down the road once we get, you know, the bioferrite power and all that. How are you doing on your mining skill, by the way? You're up to 5 and you're leveling it fast. But you definitely get stuck breaking one block and it takes you forever. Okay. And we're right about to get this research out of here so we can finally get whatever's next. So that hopefully it'll be something slightly less useful, or slightly less useless. Words are hard, chat. But with all that kind of good stuff. So like I said, with the changes we made where I had to like take off and put back on the random research mod to do the anomaly stuff, I can see what the research is. There's really no hiding it now. Just the only rule is I will only cancel that research to force it to redraw if it's anomaly, because it will break the run where our research will not function. The people stand on the bench and nothing will happen. They'll just be churning away here and you'll see no progress. And that will happen a bunch until we get all the anomaly research done. Alright, we got ourselves a bedroom built. Work Frenzy. Cool. So now if we go back to the research screen, it's already chosen Great Bow for our next research. Cool. So you see how that works now. And the good news is, since we're up to the electricity level, that should research much faster. And by now, we're looking at research skill of 3, going on 4 for a Night Dweller. So where we were at 10% research speed before, because that's literally the minimum, we're up to research speed of 72%. So literally at this point, we are almost at the pace a normal pawn would be at. A normal pawn should be at about 100%. And we are almost at the pace of one normal pawn's research speed with a Night Dweller. Getting MVP in here. That said, we got 4 people researching as hard as they can because it's winter, they can't plant stuff, it's cold. So they're all just kind of hanging out, doing that. They're having a research party. Everyone's invited but Randall Thor, who gets to be in the mines. It's just the way things are. And then they go meditate, which is something else that everyone gets to do but Randall Thor. Oh yeah, wasn't it like a weird thing that even if your entire colony is tribals, if they have like, even if you're at the tribal phase, you have a kid, and it mismarks them as not being a tribal? Yeah, so like the child here is not a tribal child, so they can't meditate at the tree to gain psychic stuff, even though like they're the kid of tribals in a tribal technology, and one would assume that would qualify them as tribals as well. It's fine. I might worry about it if like we get through the first 5 people, we give them like all their psychic powers to begin with, and then we just like, okay, but what now? At that point we could deal with that. Another thing we probably want to do is work on getting the ritual stuff up pretty early. And the reason I'm saying that is it will be a thing we'll run into that I will need to de-age our people, because we do have cellular instability. And as a result of having that cellular instability, aging can be far more dangerous for us than most pawns. We'll age up faster and all that. I actually wonder if it'll tell me. For your... I want to see if it says life expectancy is 80 years old. But I don't think that's factoring in the fact that we have the cellular instability, and that makes it so our expected age should be something like 20% lower, which would imply early 60s. So we'll definitely want to use rituals to keep that down. Now I could probably secure that door again so we don't lose all that heat. And you're working on the bioferrite harvester. Honestly, after that, I might go straight to electro harvester. That way, if we do have something that we get advanced research from, we can potentially get the bioferrite generator out of. Because, like I said, that bioferrite generator will definitely be... that'll probably be what we do for power, because it's one of the only things I can control in any way, research-wise. And it's also one, because it's using the anomaly stuff, research is much faster than the old research, since we have so low intelligence and all that. It'll just be a matter of keeping enough anomalies secured in our building, well, in our mountains over here, to keep it running and have enough spare to get some weapons out and some flares and that kind of stuff. Alright, so I definitely need more wood if I'm going to be building more. Because I'm trying to get all that up and running. And I decided to not move them in there yet because this room's going to be too cold. But if we get complex complex clothing, we could potentially bundle up to the point that we could handle that. Normally I would put these together so I could put vents and then heat in between. I might just lean to everyone gets their own heater, which is not efficient. That'll give us 2 containment rooms, and I'll plan to get all 8 of those built. And then we can go from there. Alright, so Psychic Soothe is ending. So yeah, so today's been pretty productive. We got 3 different anomaly researches we're going to have done. We have more than doubled the amount of technology we have. Even though everything past electricity has been utterly useless to us so far, we did get smithing, long blades. I don't really care about the bows, but the smithing and long blades are pretty good tech for us. We've got everyone weapons-wise. No more wooden clubs or knives and daggers and that kind of stuff. We actually got some real weapons. We are starting to get containment set up for when we get things that go bump in the night. We could chuck them in the back room and then take their bone bits and make weapons out of it. It's ethical as long as you don't, consider ethics. All right. We've successfully got one child has been aging up, another child is about to become a toddler. I think you're pretty close to becoming a toddler? No, you're not. You're on your way to becoming a toddler, and a third child is right about to happen. That wasn't part of the plan, but we are childrensing really fast. Which I did tell them to children's, because I actually do really... So surprisingly, before biotech dropped, I was most skeptical about the kids, and I was like really worried about what it was going to be when they implemented it. But with it out, very genuinely, oh yeah, let's leave the blue fur. We can probably still use that. But it has been the kids that have been one of the things I've enjoyed the most about it, because it's created some really weird things I can do. Pemmican and Death Rest. I'll take that for the Death Rest. We've got a bunch of clothes here that I could buy. I usually don't like buying clothes unless I'm desperate for warmth. Just because when it comes to clothing, they only last a little while and then they, rot away kind of thing. Yeah, so with that, both the Pemmican and Death Rest are 2 researches I don't have. So I'll knock that one out and that one out. Which again, we don't take any penalties for reading books. So where we research stuff normally exceedingly slow doesn't apply when it comes to reading. So any research I can get from books is just win. Because with the random research, that means I can't draw the Pemmican or the Death Rest once we've researched it. So we're going to be applying our points to stuff other than that. And we're going to get ourselves in our psychic ability. Senchi Cookie is getting really hungry. Okay, and you gained Water Skip. I really don't care about that one either. We haven't got a single power that I'm really excited for. Like, don't get me wrong, Water Skip has its purposes. It's one of the few ways if like you have a colonist who catches fire, you can Water Skip on them to put out the fire real fast. It's kind of the same thing where you can get like the Fire Foam Popper if you have like your melee line gets hit, you pop the Fire Foam Popper on the whole melee group and now they're not running around. That's probably something we will ultimately do later on, is I could see putting a Fire Foam Popper in this area by the kill box. That way if we have an Impid raid, they breathe fire, it immediately bursts, gets rid of all the fire, and then we should be just good to go for the rest of the fight. Now with all that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So what's going to end up happening is, first of all, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I do stream 5 days a week from 7 p.m. EST till around 4 a.m. EST. Every day is but Thursdays and Fridays, where I play a whole variety of games, including RimWorld. But with that said, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will end abruptly for you because there's no such thing as rating over there. But if you are over here... if you are over here playing over here on Twitch, we will be going and finding someone for us to raid. Most likely playing RimWorld, but we'll see. Some nights I got people I can raid for that. Some nights